On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Councilor Hoffman. I now call Norfolk County Budget Committee meeting to order. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silent, to keep your camera on mute your camera on and mute yourself when not speaking, and of course remember to unmute yourself if speaking. Please use the Microsoft Teams hand raise feature icon to be called upon and remove it after you're finished speaking. The agenda is before you today. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to move the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none. We do not have any deputations this morning. So today we'll be addressing the rate-supported new incremental capital and study projects in the 2023 to 2032 capital plan and the proposed 2023 rate-supported operating budget. The capital component is a continuation of the review we started November 17th, where the asset management portion of the capital plan was approved. So we will start the morning off with the rate-supported new incremental capital and studies from the 23 to the 2032 capital plan. I'm going to pass it over to Kathy LaPlante, General Manager of Corporate Services, so she can introduce the report. And just a note to Budget Committee members that we will take questions as we move through the various reports. Kathy?
Thank you, Budget Chair Martin, and good morning to members of Council. As Chair Martin indicated, the capital is a continuation of the review initiated last November, where Council reviewed and approved the 10-year capital plan for asset management capital projects related to the replacement of infrastructure. In November, Council approved projects for the replacement of infrastructure currently in place that are funded from reserves, as long as sufficient balances are available. Council over the last few years have been diligently increasing annual contributions to close a substantial funding gap in order to meet future needs and to remain financially sustainable. However, more work is required. Today, we're reviewing rate projects that are new or enhanced capital projects, plus water and wastewater studies. Generally, these projects include proposed new or enhanced infrastructure as a result of increased service levels or as a result of growth. Approving these projects typically result in the need to increase annual contributions to fund future replacements of these new and improved services, and the possibility for the need to increase operating and maintenance costs. Leaving you with these few comments, I'll pass it to Rob, who will provide the details of the financial management and planning reports provided in your document.
So good morning, Mayor and members of Council. As Mayor and our General Manager noted, the first item of today's Budget Committee agenda is deliberation of Report CS 23-009, entitled The Rate Support New Incremental Capital and Studies for the 2023 to 2032 Capital Plan. As our GM noted as well, at the November 17th, 2022 Budget Committee meeting, Council rules was in receipt of the full 2023 to 2032 Capital Plan, subsequently approved the asset management and requisition from boards and agencies projects for 2023. So as a result, once this report in front of you today is approved by committee and subsequently by council later on, staff will be able to initiate the full or the remaining rate supported capital program for 2023. As council will note in the report, there are $608,000 in rate support capital projects to be approved today. $578,000 of them are in the new and incremental category, with the remaining $30,000 in the water and wastewater studies category. Included as Appendix 1 to the report is the capital plan that was presented originally on November 17th, 2022. The first page of it, though, is a cover sheet that does reconcile the changes made by council previously. Appendix 2 is a list of the projects that are for approval today, summarized by program area and project type. Also, to ensure that council has all the sufficient information to make decisions and for the discussion today, included as Appendix 3 is the capital business cases for the new incremental capital projects for 2023 in the water and wastewater area. Finally, just to conclude my opening remarks, I've also just going to note that staff from both finance and EIS are here today to answer any questions, or should council require any further information on any of the projects that are for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kathy and Rob. So staff will only be reviewing the approval of the remaining new incremental capital and study projects that are rate supported first. These projects are included in Section 3 of our black binders. Further details have been provided in the Appendices 2 and 3, and we're going to start off with Appendix number 2, which is the rate funded capital. Staff, you're not going to present anything on that. You want to open it up for questions from council or budget committee first? Okay. All right, so we are flipping over to Appendix 2, rate funded. Go into the third, 118. Okay. Appendix 2 in our agenda, rate funded capital. Any questions of budget committee to staff? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. And it's with respect to this integrated sustainable master downline for $30,000. Yeah. Okay. It's my questions with respect to this integrated sustainable master plan for Delhi for $30,000. It's a study, and what's all that about? It's the first time I've heard about this. I know there's a secondary plan coming to Delhi, but what's this particular item? Can you expand on it?
So through the mayor, I'm going to kick this over to Mike. I'm much like you. I'm scrambling to get to the right page here. So this is part of Mike's role. So I'll let Mike explain a little bit about what the details of this one.
Yes, good morning. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I have a little bit of issues here. Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus. This $30,000 is to complete water modeling calibration. We also did it in 2021 for Simcoe and 2022 for Waterford. So it's just to spend the money to complete the water model calibration so we can know what is out there for the system.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. All of the items that are indicated are new items that that are wanting to be done this year, correct? So and the reason is we're looking at the future, so we want to get these done because it's a total of 608,000. So if I look over at the different water operations or wastewater operations, excuse me, these are to look at where we have deficiencies? Is this why we're going back at these things? Can you explain to me a little bit of that? Like I see spill containment, things like that. So are we taking a really deep dive into some of these areas such as in Dover, Delhi, Port Rowan, Simcoe, and that?
So through the chair, there's a combination of things here. There is a deep dive into certain elements. So there is some smaller dollar capital items there that are things that we have found through various investigations that we need to address and rectify. There are some studies as well, as just previously mentioned, and then there is some larger term capital items here associated with interurban water supply and moving those forward. So those certainly are not going to happen overnight, but there are a number of smaller items that were found, discovered, and now need to be rectified to make sure our system operates.
Absolutely, I totally agree. Other than the various locations for the flow meters, we're going to be looking at that. That's a substantial. The rest is, as far as I'm concerned, is basically day-to-day operations, 21,000, 16,000, that type of thing. So I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Any further questions from budget committee to staff? Seeing none, I have one. Mr. Grice, just so that we're very clear and transparent here, can we have a comment on the record with regards to the Bridge Street bypass valve and how that is a Norfolk County asset that's not anything that's previously been discussed with the sale of Bridge Street and upgrades to infrastructure that wouldn't be paid for by the taxpayer?
Certainly. So through the chair, this is the small station that's located just outside or just on the other side of the bridge in Port Dover. And as you're aware, there was discussion over development of that area and the developer taking on responsibility for relocation of that pumping station and various other elements. The work that is identified here is for the installation of a backwater valve or backwater device at the water's edge. This is really, I would consider it a climate change initiative. So with more intense storms and elevated lake levels, we're seeing water work its way back into that pumping station, which is really putting it at capacity and sending it to our wastewater plant where it's being treated, which really it should not be in the system in the first place. So this really falls outside of the scope of that development, but it's certainly something that that we need to address to ensure proper operations. And really the money that we're spending right now to treat, I'll call it rainwater, groundwater, and it's quite substantial.
Thank you very much. Final call for this page, Appendix 2, Great funded capital projects. Questions? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Grice. On the various locations flow meters for SPS wastewater treatment, is there a life expectancy of these, and at what point will they need to be replaced again?
So through the chair, yes, there is a life expectancy for flow meters, just like any other piece of equipment that we use in our infrastructure. A flow meter really for us in these situations should be good for at least 15 years. But one of the gaps that we have identified in our system is we don't have great visibility as to what is going where. And as we move forward with some of the programs that we need to implement, like leak detection and I&I, knowing what is going where is a critical component to making them successful. But they do last for quite a long period of time. But yes, like anything, they will require replacement at some point in the future.
Okay, no further questions? Staff, no comments. Appendix 2, we'll move on. Perfect. We're going to flip 2 more pages over in our agenda. Oh, yeah. Okay, questions, budget committee to staff. New incremental. Councillor Brunton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm on the, I'm looking at item 4 on that list, that water line on Ireland Road, and I just don't understand why we're even doing that when it's to me. And I looked at the capital for next year where we're going to spend 162,000, and I know it was an issue when we're dealing with the capital budget, but to me, it's we're not in the development business per se to service land, and I'd like to see that removed.
Excellent. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Councillor Columbus, comment or second?
I would second that, and I agree with Councillor Brunton. I don't know why we're into that. It's the property is put up for sale, the developer purchased the property, and they should pay for development in this particular area. Thank you.
Excellent. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Columbus. And Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I just wanted to clarify for that project, if the project is actually currently proposed to be funded from developer contributions, from development charges. So I just wanted to make sure that that was understood at this point.
Thank you. Does that change anything for you, Councillor Brunton? So we're going to pass and enter debate.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I'm just not remembering this right, but that's a project that had to finish off some stuff that has, luckily now there's a developer down there that we might be able to get some money back from, but I think that's something that was on the books to be done before we went into that whole other thing about the Vancouver property. So I wonder if staff could clarify it, in my mind, whether that's just part of the ongoing upgrade because it wasn't done right the first time, or whether this is new and specific to the fact that there's a developer who wants to develop a piece of property at the end of that road. Can you give me some background on that?
Sure, Mr. Grice or Mr. King.
Certainly, I'll start off, and we might need to look over to Brandon as well, because I know there was some conditions associated with this sale and some previous commitments that they had been made. But I'll let Mike speak to the functionality of the system and what was previously done.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the committee. Yeah, my understanding that of this project, it came online in 2020, and it was tied to the former hublands. So it wasn't a project that was on the books before, because the existing water main just stops at the Spruce Pine Dale. So there could be, the water main might have been extended for the subdivision which goes to the probably east as well, or sorry, the west. But there was no project in the past to extend the actual water main up here.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Banandrishi, go ahead.
Thank you. So it is tied to the 2020 of the upland. It was tied to that. But I'm curious to understand, if Kathy could explain to me that if there is funds in the development charges, where did that money come from to do that? If it was in the books for that.
Through the chair to council. Currently, it would be included in our development charge study that we are working on currently. That will be presented to council in July. So at this time, it's either developers, future developers, current developers, or it'll be one developer. We're not at this time 100% sure. But the idea is that the taxpayer, the regular property taxpayer, would not be paying for the actual line.
But the 462, it's not tied to a specific developer saying it hasn't come in advance of that project or anything like that. It's money that's been there. Am I correct in saying that?
Through the chair, it's not money that's sitting right now in our development charges because it's a relatively new project that's been identified. So we are building it into our development charge study that future development charges will recoup those charges as development proceeds.
Are there any further questions, or would you like to enter debate? Okay. Councillor Brunton, was yours a question, or you want to save it for debate? Okay. Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to staff. I guess my question is that if it's an amount that's going to be funded by development charges, why is it in here? Why isn't there some kind of notation that this isn't part of the actual total? That's where I'm confused.
Through the chair to council, I'm going to agree 100% with you. This year is a little confusing on how we're doing it because of the elections. This is the first time that we broke the capital budget up into the various components. So I do sympathize with you on the confusion. If you were to go into your capital binders on page 33, that will show you how the projects are actually funded. And that's why I had brought it to your attention, because it's not in the current document, but the current agenda documents.
Councillor Van Passen, is that a question?
Just to follow up to the question I asked before, that thank you to Mr. King. Yeah, I remember some of the discussion. We couldn't figure out at the time why there was a stub line there. It should have been, they like to loop the line so that they don't get stagnant water. And this was just what brought it forward. That somebody didn't do their job many years ago when they put the first piece in. So thank you to Mr. King for the answer.
Final call on any questions concerning this, because there's a motion that's been moved and seconded. I'd like to get into debate on it. Okay, Councillor Brunton, kick us off with some debate.
Well, I'm going to backtrack on this for a minute. I said many years ago when the hub was discussed out there that it's going to be very expensive to service that land. There are no services out there. I shouldn't say that. There is a storm sewer that goes through an easement out there, but comes along the Ireland Road. But the water service, if it is extended down Ireland Road, isn't looped. It's just butt-ended at the end of the crew in Ireland. And as far as sanitary, there is no sanitary all along Ireland Road. That's all on force mains. Much of that subdivision out there is all on sanitary force mains. And I don't want to sound like I want to stop some development there, but the job of the developer is to pay for those services and contribute to development charges. Why should we use somebody else's development charges to service that land? It should be him that services that land. Period. That's my comment.
Councillor Columbus, was that a hand? Sorry.
Well, I totally agree. And, I don't know how far we can go on this, but there was other people that bid on that property without the knowledge that the county would be supplying a water service to the site for construction. And I totally agree with, I've received several calls about this issue, and it's glad that we've got it on the table for discussion. It's just not fair to other parties that were looking at that property.
Thank you. Any further debate? Okay, yeah, I myself, I would agree with, Councillor Breton, Councillor Columbus here, and I think that, what the principle of the issue was, it was articulated very clearly to the taxpayers that there was zero tax dollars being spent to service that land. So, I'd be in support of the motion and call the question here. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Back to questions of budget committee to staff, new incremental summary page. Sure, go ahead, Councillor Breton.
Excuse me, I don't see it in here, but perhaps Andrew, you could answer my question. If Scada, is that what it's called? The monitoring for all the plants? Is that my recollection when that was installed a few years ago, that it was to cut down on all the staff time that was required at these various plants? Is that correct?
So through the chair, yes, Scada. So Scada stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. That is a system that we use to control our infrastructure. So at a wastewater plant, for example, you can start a pump without having to physically being there and pushing the button on site. Certainly, so there is operational efficiencies associated with that, but it doesn't negate the need for an operator to still, visit the site and check on things. And there are certain pieces that do require human intervention still. We have, for example, the 4,200 SCADA control points within our water and our wastewater systems. This also captures all of the data that we need to maintain regulatory compliance with the ministry. Some data that we share to show what our chlorate residuals are, for example, within our system. So it did create efficiencies, but it has not eliminated the need for human intervention at times.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no hands, we're going to move along to Appendix 3, new incremental projects. So we're going to go on to the business cases. So flipping over, staff have provided us with business cases on new budget initiatives. Yep. Sure. Sorry, can you turn your microphone on, please?
I'm sorry. In the capital, it had 51,000 in the 22 and prior. I assume that money was not spent. Was that for engineering? Sorry. And the coup.
Victoria.
And then in 23, it shows 462,000. Am I correct? So is that removed? No. Is that how that works? Is that 462,000 in the 23 budget is removed?
Yep, that's what we just voted on. Let me confirm my numbers.
I guess my question was the 51,000.
Yeah.
Where did that go?
462,000 we just voted to remove, so that's a question for staff on the 51.
Yep, through the mayor. So with the 462 removed, the 52 active elected date budget, will get closed through the next capital status in 2023.
Sorry, so Councillor Brunton's question was it spent? If you're saying it'll be closed out, it was not?
It was not spent. No.
Not spent.
Thank you.
Preliminary budget funds for the 462, but because the 462 has been removed, 51 will be earned. Excellent, got it, thank you. Okay, flipping over new budget initiatives. No presentation from staff yet. Questions, budget committee questions to staff. So we'll start on page 3, which is 1 of 5 for the staff numbers. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes. Important question to me to get an answer on is where are we in communication with the province of Ontario to assist us? Where's the discussions? I'm kind of in the dark on this. And I'd like to know the overall plan as to where we're at.
Yeah, that's an excellent point that I was going to get Al to speak to once we get to the second which is phase 1 and the phase 2, but let's kick it off. I think it's important for council. So I fully agree with you. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's one of the biggest projects Norfolk County's ever faced. There's a lot of uncertainty with what our plans are and the financial components or contributions from upper level support. So today, I think that there's some concessions we can make to support our team moving forward, giving them some resources, but we also need to be responsible from the ratepayers' perspective without knowing how far we're going along with this plan without support. So maybe I'll pass it over to Al because he can explain an affordability index that staff have been working on. At this point in time, we have no commitments from the provincial or federal government. We are headed off to Roma shortly. And part of the plan that Al can speak to is going to be at what point in time do we stop? At what point in time is the work now not affordable for Norfolk County, not affordable for the ratepayers? And what does that mean with the work we've already completed? So maybe Al, you can fill in all of council and kind of give them some guidance on how we move forward without having that info today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through you to Budget Committee. So staff are working on a couple of components. We continue to advocate at the provincial level and the federal level for funding. We do have some confirmation now that we're meeting with a couple of ministers at Roma at the end of the month, and we'll continue to advocate and do a presentation in regards to the interurban water and specifically some grant funding that we're applying for. We have a meeting this upcoming Friday, the mayor and I and some staff members with Haldeman and with Six Nations in regards to coordinating a presentation as well so that we can actively promote a cross-jurisdictional program, which this is. It involves Haldeman upgrading their water plant. It includes Six Nations with some infrastructure requirements, and it includes Norfolk with our infrastructure requirements. So that's all in progress. What staff are doing right now are working on 2 affordability indexes for council's consideration. We'll provide this update to you shortly. One is in the context of a multi-phased capital project. Where do we as a county say we go no further unless we get funding because we can't afford this? And so we're working on that. It isn't as simple as just focusing on the capital project. It involves also a projection on how many new users are projected to come over the next 20 to 30 years based on our growth projections. What does that mean in terms of an affordability for the actual users themselves, besides the affordability for the county to actually be able to afford to build? So there's 2 different indexes that we're working on to see what we can do. I believe what we're going to be able to put in front of council is here's phase 1, which will include water coming from Townsend to Simcoe. Here's what the cost will be. Here's what we can afford, whether we get any grant funding or not. And if we do get grant funding, here's the consequences that it has. Then we'll move on to phase 2 and we'll say, here's what that cost will be, which was bringing water from Nanticoke over, looping it into Simcoe. Here's what that cost will be. Here's what we can afford on our own. Here's what we need in terms of grant funding. So this council will be provided opportunities where you can put the brakes on this project if the affordability isn't something that we can actually afford or we're willing to be able to expend the funds that we want, that we will need to do. We will then go on with the various phases, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and council will always have an opportunity to put the brakes on that project, to accelerate the project, to slow it down, whatever it is that council will end up doing, depending on our ability to fund this capital project. And so we're actively working on that now. We're optimistic that we're going to be able to get funding from other levels of government, but optimism won't pay the bills. We're going to have to need a sure agreement, something that confirms exactly what level of funding we're going to get from the other levels of government to move this forward. And we will continue to provide council with those updates. Right now, this council has committed to the preliminary engineering for phase 1, which is bringing water from Townsend into Simcoe. We will then come back to council when it comes time to start the construction, and council will give us the okay to proceed with that tender. We will hopefully by that time have some more information on whether or not we're going to be successful in getting grant funding or not by that time. But this is really a multi-phased approach, we're going to have various milestones along this journey that we're going to provide to council, where you'll have an opportunity to direct staff on how you want to proceed, if you want to proceed, how quickly you want to proceed, or if you'd like us to slow down, depending on the affordability of the overall project. So we will be in front of council on a regular basis, giving you status updates on not only where we're at with the project, but where we're at with the opportunity to get some grant funding and commitments from the other levels of government.
Thanks, Al. And further to that, the direction that we set today with the approval and the nod to staff on a lot of these factors is going to allow us to continue to plan and budget for them, so that they're actual items in our budget that we can actually request funding for and grant support as well. So, yeah, does that help you out, Councillor Columbus, and all of council?
Yes, I think it's very important to get that update. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
I agree.
I like the idea of multi-phase approach.
Yes, with some op ramps. Councillor Michelle, then Councillor Brenton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm this to Al through you, that as each phase goes along, that will also, I mean, we're always going to be conscious of, what type of funding or the amount of funding that we're going to receive, but that will also allow us to maintain some flexibility in the way that this system is put together. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's probably an Andrew question, but my understanding is the way the phases are being constructed or proposed, we will have those opportunities where you could either have a standalone system or you could have a completely looped, connected system. Either system will work. I think there's efficiencies to have looped systems and have a continuous loop, but I'll leave that to the engineers to explain it. But my understanding is that if you build and if we fund specific phases of this, they're independent of the next phases. So you won't be throwing away that money. You'll be able to utilize that and you'll get that value for that particular phase. In an ideal world, you have that looped system, but if in the event that council decides to stop it after phase one or stop it after phase two, it'll serve the purpose in terms of supplying those specific areas with the much needed water and the certainty of good water.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Al. That's exactly what I'm asking about, is just I don't want to get into a position where we get to, for example, phase 3 and there's been some, suggestion that we change the format of the whole system, that we've lost something in phase 1 or phase 2 in that way. So thank you very much.
Councillor Brenton, then Vanden Driesch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking at page 33 in that black capital binder, and I want to get some clarification. It says on this interurban water supply that the 22 and prior, we've spent 3 million, and in 23 we're going to spend 1.7. And I guess based on what our CAO said, that if we don't get funding, the almost 42 million scheduled for 24 next year is out of the picture. Is that safe to say? Or will we sit on all that engineering to date, or will we say, okay, we're going to look at that for some form of funding, debentures or whatever we're going to do?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we will be in front of council for you to approve the various phases. So we won't proceed with the $42 million project without coming in front of council first for you to give us the okay. We're hoping at that time we'll have all those funding sources identified and have some grants. But part of the idea is the affordability index will give council enough information so that in the event that we're not successful in getting grant funding, here's what we can afford. And if we can afford that project, it'll be in front of council for council to direct staff on whether you want to proceed or not. But just to be clear, when council is giving us the authorization to start with environmental studies and engineering studies, there might be some expenses that we will incur that we will not recoup afterwards if the project is halted.
Okay, if it may, Madam Mayor, through you to Andrew. Andrew, I know they've been out there surveying on all that already. Is if worst case scenario, can we sit on that for any length of time, all the engineering detail that they would pick up? Would that be, hopefully none of that would be lost, or is that, it's a big undertaking?
Yeah, so certainly, so through the chair, yes, we can afford to sit on some of that information for a period of time. Certainly conditions will change in the field. So if we were to pump the brakes on this project for, 10 years, anyone coming back to restart that is going to want to revalidate information. If we're just talking about trying to secure provincial and federal funding, I'd be optimistic that wouldn't take very long. It really should not have an impact on the design and the survey and the land acquisition that has been done to date. We should be able to hit the ground running.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Driesche, Huffman, Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, to staff. When I look at the urban water program engineering, and I see you're requesting 2 staff in that department, because it's a phased approach, can you explain or defend to me the rationale for 2 at the moment if we are doing a phased project? And I will preface that with saying we need water, but I'd like to have your opinion on the 2.
Certainly. So through the chair, the mayor did allude to the fact that this is the largest initiative the county has ever undertaken. And we are talking about we look at the interurban water system, we think primarily of a water main that's going from Townsend and looping around our system. There's also water towers and pumping stations that are associated with that. And those are complex pieces of infrastructure with lots of moving parts, and all the various engineering disciplines are required. So really, a project of this magnitude is not feasible with one individual. And Mariana's on the line, and nothing against Mariana because she does an amazing job, but this is too big a program for one individual. And we don't give her the proper support. We're really going to struggle to move this thing forward. So really the rationale here is to provide additional project engineering related staff to help move these programs forward, assist with the design, get out in the field, see things so that we can verify that what we're proposing is actually happening in reality. But I'll let Mariana chime in if she had anything else she would like to add.
Good morning. It's very, thank you, Andrew, and through you, Madam Mayor. It's very important to understand that the phased approach is also applied to the staffing needs. Very critical at this point is to add 1 more staff for the Interurban Water Supply Initiative. So we have eyes on the ground because the extension of the scope, I'm going to repeat myself. It's 20 kilometers of water main from Townsend to Simcoe. Therefore, thinking on the accountability and responsible government piece, this is a very important initiative for Norfolk County, and we want to make sure that we do the right thing the right way and within the right timeline. This project will have a major impact not only on the finances but also on the county with significant positive benefits at the end of the day. However, in order to meet our objectives and do a good job, we need more eyes on the ground, and we need 1 more engineering staff in the first phase and phase 2, most of it until we hit construction. And then as phase 2 starts construction and then we start planning phase 3, the second staff will be absolutely critical. So that multi-phased approach extends to the staffing needs, of course, logically, as you probably understood already.
I totally understand. And I appreciate your comments on the fact that you're saying right now it's critical to have 1 move forward and then you plan on adding a second one in the future. So I totally agree. It is a very complex project and it's a significant project. And as I indicated, we need water. So in my mind, I would feel better to agreeing that 1 staff be employed right away and then phase in a second staff member when required. It would come back to council. Pardon me? Yeah, I'm not confident in the fact that bang, we take on 2 right away. I feel one for now and get the boots on the ground and do the job, in my opinion. And then, phase in that second employee when we hire. But, for right now, I think one for myself.
Thank you, Councillor Van Andrieschi. So is that a motion to move ahead with one of the two FTEs?
I'd like to hear from the rest of council if there's an opinion.
Councillor Huffman, then Columbus.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Al. Just going back to that Roma coming up in the next couple of weeks and the meetings that are scheduled, what type of timelines would we be looking at in terms of any kind of commitment from the upper levels of government in terms of funding?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we are tackling this with sort of a two-pronged approach. One is attempting to plant the seeds now with the various ministers, their staff, so that when funding programs become available and the province announces new streams of funding, we'll be able to get to the front of the line and be successful. The other tactic we're also trying to do is perhaps try to get in front of provincial government as they prepare for a new provincial budget so that it could be a standalone project that they put forward to fund without it necessarily going through the stream of a grant stream. So we think it's important enough. We think it's high priority enough. We think that we might be successful in one or the other. So we're not limiting ourselves to just one strategy. We're trying to everything we can. We're knocking on doors. We're talking to staff members within the provincial government, and we're going to do our very best to have everyone on board so that when either the provincial budget's being drafted or when new programs become available, they will think of Norfolk, they'll think of the project on Interurban, think about the multi-jurisdictional nature of this project, and have it on the top of their list. So that's what we're doing. In terms of your answer, I've never been to an AMO or a Roma where they cut you a check right there. It's always planting those seeds and having it so that it's their top of mind. I think we started that with last year's AMO project. We're going to continue on with this year's Roma presentations, and we're hoping that if they hear from us enough and they know the project inside and out, that when it comes time for them to prioritize where they're going to be sending funding, Norfolk will be at the top of the list.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to say that I think the one of the strengths of this whole project is the multi-jurisdictional piece, and I think that plays a very important part. So as much as that can be waylaid to the powers that be, I encourage that. Thank you.
And to Councillor Huffman's point, I think that affordability index is going to break us down a timeline where we know if we don't have support by, time, right? So that'll provide comfort to council that we don't have yet, but good point. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Phase one, Townsend to Simcoe. I've heard about that, but for the last half a dozen years or so, we've been speaking about the Bloomsburg well. I know there's a lot of work's gone into that already. And I'd like to know how much money has been spent on it and how that Bloomsburg well is going to fit into the overall plan. Being it's brand new, just want to know where that project's at and how it will fit into the page.
Certainly. So through the chair, there is an EA underway for the new Bloomsburg well. You'll see when we do my part of the rate budget presentation, this comes up on the screen. Map form might be a little easier to point out, but we have since removed that capital project from our plan. It was certainly needed at the time, but as we now move forward to where we currently stand, where things sit on the Interurban water supply project, the timing of those just don't align. So we have removed it from our capital plan, so it is no longer part of our future needs. Should we take an off ramp and no longer proceed with the Interurban water supply system, that EA will still be complete. Resurface that, look at that as a viable option, but right now it is removed from our capital plan. There was some money spent certainly to bring that through well testing as well as an EA, but no capital dollars have been spent.
Okay.
So what was the amount that we have spent?
Through the chair, I don't recall off the top of my head, but finance will look at the line item and see what's been spent to date. We can certainly get that here while we're here this morning. Might take us a couple minutes to pull that up though.
Okay, so while I'm going to redirect us here for a moment because we do have in our book phase 1, phase 2. We can discuss those when we get to it. So let's stick with 5832045. It's the Interurban Water Supply Program Engineer, the new budget initiative business case. Let's stick on the topic of this one in particular, and then as we work through in this agenda, you'll get an opportunity to ask more questions about the phases. Councillor Duffy, go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to staff. I appreciate the comments from my colleague here, Councillor Van Andrieschie, regarding the FTEs and perhaps only moving forward with one position as that's most critical. I guess my question then becomes, what doesn't happen if you don't get the second FTE? Just so I know what we're balancing that against. What do we not do if we don't have that second person starting in 2023?
Certainly. So through the chair, that's the one FTE will help us move the program forward. As Mariana said, as we get into later phases of phase 1 and starting phase 2 in the field, we will lose that on-site presence. So the one FTE will help with kind of design related services and help tender and move those projects forward. The additional FTE is kind of what we see as in-field presence. So oversees construction, monitoring what happens in the field. That will be a significant gap for us as we move forward. That's available at risk is the field component to programs.
Thank you for that. So then just if I can try to gauge your comfort level, if you only have one body in 2020, one additional body in 2023, how does that look?
Through the chair, I think we are fine with that. Where we currently sit at the schedule, that will allow us to move the program forward right now. And if things change and we don't need that second body in the future, then certainly, but at least it allows us to move forward. I don't see any concerns with a phased approach of one resource now and one resource called it to be determined in the future. That works for us.
Thank you for that answer. And when we get to it, I would be supportive of changing that to just one FTE.
See some heads nodding, so want to go ahead and just moved by Councillor Duffy, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Okay, and as a reminder to council, it's an entirely separate budget, but we are going to be discussing the Build Norfolk, which has additional engineering supplies, and although that's not focused on water, I think that there's an opportunity there for us to support Mariana with this new FTE and maybe look at who's doing what roles and what type of engineering aspect to put all hands on deck without putting 2 full FTEs on great budget right now. So is there any further debate? We've got a motion to move one of the 2 FTEs for the program engineer. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thanks, Councillor Duffy and Van Andrieschie. We will move along. Yes, Councillor Bratton, go ahead.
As a comment here, as we go through this today, I assume staff's keeping track of what we're taking out and what we're putting in. I like to know at the end of the day kind of where we stand. At least I was kind of under the impression that's what we would end up with here.
Yeah, they have a calculator running back there. They're going to have to amend our final motion with the total figure, so we'll definitely do that before we vote at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Okay, let's flip over. We're on page 8, which is new budget initiative 5832236. It's the Interurban Water Phase 1 Grounds and Water Supply. So now is a great opportunity to ask your questions concerning the phases, review that business plan, and any questions budget committee to staff. Okay, so Councillor Bratton, go ahead.
Quick question, and maybe I'm up to date on this, but who still receives fluoride within the county in their water system? I know just Delhi. Does Simcoe still have it? Enderby?
Through the chair, I'm going to look over to Steph because you're right, Delhi, but I don't recall if we have an system. Steph, can you just confirm where we forwarded?
Simcoe.
Yes, good morning through the mayor to council. Simcoe and Delhi still receive fluoridation in the county.
My question is will that still be, I guess, in place regardless of the urban water supply? I guess it becomes a treatment issue right within each community, or is that gonna go out the window?
It would have to be voted out by council, because, that's how I guess other municipalities have been doing it. So it would be a council decision to remove the fluoride, but since Townsend or Haldeman County does not fluoridate their water, we cannot mix that with Simcoe's water. So it would be a decision that needs to be looked at down the road.
But, it's done within the current plants now, is it not? Like in Simcoe, so that would go out the window with the urban water supply, is that what you're saying? Really? Thank you.
Mariana, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to add that, Delhi and Simcoe are still groundwater systems, and the Interurban will bring lake-based drinking water. Therefore, fluoride is not seen as a must, and is not used as best practice in many of the GTA municipality and lake-based systems. We can further to this, in the past, we've done some research, and we can bring supporting research if need be to council. However, it's well known in the industry that lake-based water and particularly the Nanticoke plant has a better raw water source, which validates our scope and our decision moving forward with fluoride. However, as Steph mentioned, if council thinks that we're going to need more review, we can bring that forward to council as part of phase 1.
I have a question, Mariana. I guess it's tied to both phases, but what is our confidence level in the Schedule B, Class EA, moving forward with both of these? How confident are we that they'll remain?
Phase 1, Class B is completed for phase 1 only. Are you referring, Madam Mayor, at phase 1 and phase 2?
Yes. Sorry, I'm on shape. Yes.
All right. So clarification needed. Phase 1 is the only phase that was commissioned, and engineering is in progress. Therefore, Class B, Class A, Schedule B is being finalized now and in review with Norfolk County. We are reviewing that project file, and we're going to file it soon. However, phase 2 didn't start yet. We're going to work on the RFP. RFP is currently with purchasing. Therefore, Class B for phase 2 is coming this year. Level of confidence is pretty high. We had 2 PIC for phase 1. We heavily involved and engaged our residents and businesses. We addressed comments and concerns. We also purchased land for the booster pumping stations. We do not see any major environmental impact that wasn't mitigated as part of the Class EA and the preliminary design selected options.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Page 8, phase 1, Simcoe Townsend water supply. Seeing none, content, we'll move along. Okay. Page 11, phase 2, Nanticoke Port Dover water supply. Questions from committee to staff? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, when the new system comes on stream, hopefully, so when what is going to happen with the former facilities, and where's that built into the equation? Can they still be utilized for a while and get a huge algae bloom out in Lake Erie or something of that nature? What's the plan for the old system? I'd like to get more information.
Certainly, so through the chair, the decommissioning plan is still in the works. When the new water comes online, we're certainly not going to get rid of our old facilities instantaneously. We do need to kind of transition over a period of a couple of years to make sure everything functions properly. But mixing that water in the future does present problems no different to the fluoridation comment that Steph made earlier. Keeping it as a backup for emergency use, while that may sound appealing, certainly create challenges from a compliance perspective. So ultimately, those facilities would be decommissioned, potentially utilized if they're in appropriate locations for pumping stations and whatnot, or utilized for other business needs that the county may have in the future. But we are a long way away from making those decisions.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're content. Along. Page 15, 553-2237, new water main, Iron Road, Victoria to Coo, already removed. Page 17, 583-2324, Bridge Street bypass valve. That was the question I asked earlier of staff. So are there any additional questions now that you've seen the business case? None, we're content. Moving along. Water distribution, all towns pressure relief valves, page 19. Okay. Page 21, worked over elevated storage tank. Questions related to business case. Okay, page 23. Bill containment, Bell High. Page 25, Fort Roman. Page 27, Simcoe. Page 29, various locations. Page 31, Waterford bypass valve. That's it. Final call on questions of budget committee related to this package here to staff. No. Okay, so should we break for a little bit to allow you to get the new motion up? We'll take just a five-minute break. So it's 10:01. We'll be back at 10:06 sharp. We'll pass this and then we'll go into rates per operating. Perfect. Okay, we are back. Missing a few council members, so what we're going to do is put the motion up on the screen, give everyone an opportunity to read it. I'll get Tracy to read it out loud for us as well for watching at home. As we stall and wait for a couple councilors to join us. Okay, so we'll start with the first one here. That item 5532237 New Water Main Ireland Road be removed. Second one was that item 5832045 Interurban Water Supply Program Engineering be amended to 1 FTE. And then the final motion is in front of you there. The updated amount is there and the Ireland Road has been removed. Okay, so everyone at home, $8,443,000 as outlined in staff report CS 23009, Appendix 3, including related funding to be approved. So we are approving today Interurban Water Supply Program Engineering, the 1 FTE, the Interurban Water System Phase 1, Simcoe Townsend Water Supply, Phase 2, Nanticoke Port Dover Water Supply, Port Dover Bridge Street Bypass Valve, Water Distribution All Towns Pressure Relief Valves, Port Dover Elevated Storage Tank Chlorine Booster System, Delhi Wastewater Treatment Plant, Spill Containment, Port Rowan Wastewater Treatment Plant, Spill Containment, Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant, installation of larger WAS line, various location flow meter for SPS and wastewater treatment plant, and Waterford Wastewater Treatment Plant bypass valve. And further, that subject to the provisions of the purchasing policy, staff be authorized to immediately proceed with all previously unapproved 2023 capital projects. Mover, seconder, moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Berry. Councillor Van Basten.
Just to clarify that last line, that would be those $608,000 of the other ones that we held in the base.
Correct. Staff nodding your head. Councillor Brecken, go ahead.
I'm not sure my question's appropriate. I have no problem with the motion here, but I'm just wondering, I recall when we removed the Ireland Road, that was going to be by development charges, but if we didn't have the development charges and that went ahead, would that have been a debenture then? How does that, I guess my point is we didn't really save any money by taking it out right now, have we?
Through the chair, to council, that is correct, Councillor Breton. If it's not funded from the developers themselves or development charges, it would be debt because it's a new project, which we don't have additional reserves for.
Right, but we don't, our reserve for water is pretty minimal anyways, if I recall, is it not?
That's correct. We are currently continuing to work on removing that infrastructure gap that we do have.
Thank you.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. We are now moving on to the rate-supported operating document. focusing on the costs of operating the water and wastewater systems, including the allocation required to fund infrastructure costs, and outlines the rates needed to fully recover those costs from users. The 2023 rate budget highlights include increased infrastructure funding levels, an otherwise largely business as usual based budget that aligns with the long-term plan adopted 2 years ago, and 2 new budget initiatives to address preventative maintenance and capital project management capacity. The goal of today's budget committee deliberations will be to continue the plan to move towards long-term financial sustainability for water and wastewater services. The approval of this budget, which is the next step of the plan, will help secure a solid foundation for success. Solid foundations for success by providing for asset management needs. Although significant strides have been made, it'll be critical to keep moving in the right direction, and that's what we'll strive for during our review today of the rate operated budget. As mentioned before, I know that we have a lot of significant projects ahead of us here in Norfolk County, and we're expected to make those decisions with a high level of uncertainty surrounding provincial funding. But I know that we're all keenly dedicated to providing our staff with the resources to advance the plan in a financially sustainable and responsible manner. I would just remind everyone that Norfolk County is 67,000 people with 16,000 rate payers. So keeping that in mind, let's pass it over to staff and dig into their presentation, and then we'll follow up with questions.
Excuse me. All right, well, thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. We are adding, and I'd like to add things, we're adding an additional step to the budget process this year. Later on, you're going to hear from Amy and Chris as it relates to the financials associated with the rate budget. But to kick things off, I think it's important you hear what we did with our 2022 rate dollars, as well as what we have planned for 2023. Hopefully this will help show some value to you and the residents what they're getting for their rate dollars. So just what the presentation covers today, we'll look at our overall system performance and some high-level stats. We'll talk about our highlights from 2022 and what we have planned for 23. We have a few slides in the deck here to talk about the state of our existing infrastructure, and then I'll wrap up by jumping into some more details about the MBIs that you've seen. This is just our organizational chart, which you have seen before. And when you think about rate budget, you probably immediately jump to Stephanie Davis and her team because they run the day-to-day operations of our water and wastewater systems. But really, all the groups within EIS have a component of the rate budget. Mike King, the Director of Engineering, designs and builds the water mains. Our asset management plan certainly includes our water, wastewater, and stormwater assets. Mariana is delivering our Interurban water supply project, which is purely rate-based assets at the end of the day. So really, a lot of this is Stephanie, but it does touch everyone within the EIS. We put these next two slides together to kind of give you a snapshot into our water and wastewater systems. This slide here focuses purely on our drinking water system. And as the mayor just mentioned, we are a large rural mixed urban community, but we still do have over 60,000 connections. So that's not necessarily users of our system, that is metered account. So certainly is a large portion of our community that still does access our drinking water. We do look after over 330 kilometers of water main, 21 water main breaks last year. And the rules associated with drinking water are very stringent. So our drinking water is tested about 2,500 times annually to ensure that it is safe for people when they turn on their tap and that it's available and ready to use. We are not perfect. We did have 9 adverse water quality incidents in 2022. We did have 0 non-compliances, but we did have 9 adverse water quality incidents. These range from things like low chlorine residuals or high sodium values. Certainly things that are easy for our staff to go out in the field and address, but want to make sure that we're open and transparent here and show you that we do have some challenges in our system, but our staff are responding to address those and report them on as required. On the wastewater side of the equation, in addition to the 5 plants that we operate, we also look after 22 pumping stations to move wastewater throughout our system, where 40 to 100 samples were collected and analyzed. And staff dealt with over 320 development applications. So this is not purely wastewater, although it showed up on the slide. This is water and wastewater development applications. But when you have a staff complement of 3 looking after that, commenting on water, wastewater, roads, garbage collection, traffic planning, certainly is a large volume for a very small staff. Hopefully these just kind of give you a little bit of insight into our system, kind of I call them systematic glance, but they're good to refer back to show kind of how our system works and where things are. Moving on to look at some of our highlights from 2022. There's certainly quite a few, but we'll just focus on a few here. I will not go through every bullet and every slide, but they're here for your digestion after the fact. After taking a break for a couple of years, staff did present an updated service monitoring capacity allocation report to council. That happened in the fall of 2022, show where things are going from a development perspective, what we have available. We also completed water modeling in Waterford and Simcoe. That went to Councillor Columbus's earlier question about the study that was going on in Delhi. So completing a similar exercise there that helps us streamline the development process. And you're probably aware that drinking water systems are inspected annually. And I'm happy to report that we had 0 non-compliances in our inspections this year. And any report that we have in our hands, we have achieved a rating of 100%. And that really is quite an accomplishment. As I mentioned earlier, the regulations associated with drinking water are very thorough and very stringent. And, really staff work very hard to ensure that we have a fully functional system. And we often think about the challenges of our drinking water system, our capacity challenges, Dover and Rowan, but really our staff do a great job maintaining our existing infrastructure. Certainly want to take this opportunity to thank them for all their hard work. As it relates to capital programs for 2022, we did finish up the work at the Waterford wastewater the water treatment plant, the headworks upgrades, and a lot of 2022 was focused on bringing designs forward. So we are right now finalizing the tendering package for Port Dover water treatment plant phase 2. We have the Simcoe wastewater treatment plant that was designed and tendered and is going through evaluation. The Port Dover wastewater treatment plant is at 100% design. Port Rowan water treatment plant sits at 75% design. So that's certainly going to make for a busy 2023 construction year. I do want to take this opportunity to talk about some of the risks and challenges that we did face in 2022. Like many industries, we are feeling the pain of the pandemic and inflation in our construction contracts, our operational contracts. They certainly have seen some pretty significant increases. We have also struggled to attract and retain talent. In addition to some of the discussions that we've already had about culture and our compensation packages, in the water and wastewater industry, we also have the added complexity of water operator licenses. They are not easy to obtain and they're not easy to maintain. And really with the mass exodus of people across the province that are retiring, licensed operators or highly licensed operators like we have are very valuable and they really can go wherever they want. So it is difficult to keep people around. So we're doing our best, but we have struggled to attract and retain talent. One of the other things that was a little bit of a surprise to me coming here is that we do not have a backflow prevention program. If you're not familiar with what that is, that would be the picture there in the middle. That is a backflow device. And really at its simplest form, it prevents water from moving from a premise, a facility, a business, back into our drinking water system. This is something that is fairly commonplace and really something we should look to add to our program for future years. The potential risk is quite significant. It's not going to be likely, but the consequences are very significant. So something we should be looking at adding to our program. When I look at the regulatory world, we did overhaul our sewer use bylaw, and that is kind of the twin to the backflow prevention program. This is on the wastewater side, but it is preventing people from putting material into our sanitary sewer that upset our wastewater treatment plant and ultimately discharge to the natural environment. So we did update that, and certainly it is working quite well. We also are transitioning to the ministry's new program, which is the acronym is CLICA, which is the Combined Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Improvement Program. It's a mouthful. That is a program that is designed to create some consistency across all of our water and wastewater assets. I do see this as a potential time saver in the future, but in the immediate short term, this is going to create a lot of work for staff to bring all of our facilities up to the same standard, reporting standards and whatnot. So it is a potential benefit, but there is some short-term work that needs to be done to kind of reality. I look at our capital program for 2023. Certainly we'll be transitioning a lot of that design work we did in 2022 into actual construction activity in 2023. And we also have some minor work in our system that most of that was just approved as part of incremental capital. So thank you very much. We can move forward with things like rechlorination and boosting at our Port Dover water tower, and that will certainly help with the low chlorine residuals we see from time to time in that community. Operationally, we do need to start programs for leak detection and inflow and infiltration. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide because we do have a dedicated MPI slide to talk about our I&I and our water loss, but simply water loss is in non-revenue water. That is the volume of water that we produce that does not go through a meter and get billed to a customer. And no system is perfect, but our stats in Port Rowan or Port Dover are extremely high. The flip side of that is our I&I program that we need to start moving forward with. This is the opposite of the leak detection. This is groundwater, rainwater, lake water making its way into our sanitary system. And that takes away valuable capacity at our pumping stations and our treatment plant. And it's something that we also need to investigate. Wastewater treatment is very energy intensive. Treating anything that we do not have to treat is quite costly. Much like the drinking water system, Port Dover and Port Rowan are our biggest culprit when it comes to I&I in our system. You'll hear more about that in the upcoming slide. In terms of 2023 process improvement, so I'm a big proponent of continuous improvement. It was something that we worked very hard on throughout my career. And we do a lot of great work, but there's obviously opportunity for us to do things better. And some of the things that we are looking at related to the development world is updating some of our antiquated processes. So it's an old fire flow calculation method that is quite cumbersome and difficult. So working through that, design standards in some cases need to be updated, in other cases created to ensure we have consistency and infrastructure that we inherit at the end of the day. We also need to focus on communication. I certainly hear a lot, much like yourselves, from developers about time to get things turned around, but right behind that is usually the communication that goes along with it. So we may not be able to meet all of their needs, but we need to at least improve our communication with them so everyone's in the list of what's going on. Keeping in line with communication, looking at a communication strategy for all of our programs. I'm pretty excited to work with our new Director of Comms, Catherine. We utilize social media and press releases, but I think we can be doing a lot more. A lot of the work that we do with our rate budget is pretty impressive, but it happens underground. It happens behind a fence. It's not something that anybody sees. So I think we can do a lot more to share with them what we're actually doing, and hopefully that will show them some value that they're getting out of their rate dollars. So that's something that we want to look at. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on Interurban because we did talk a lot about that already through previous discussions, but it is certainly a very big component of the rate budget. So this is our existing system. We see our two lake-based systems down in Port Rowan and Port Dover, and our three well-based systems. What has been removed from this map is that Bloomsburg well. So as I mentioned, the timing of the Interurban water project at the current time anyway, it's not make that capital investment a necessity, so it has been removed for our capital project. We are finalizing the EA, and the Councillor Columbus's earlier question, finance did pull the numbers, and the last number of years we spent close to $1 million on field testing and field pumping, but the remainder of that will be closed out if that project does not move forward. This is the future state of what things may look like. This is full build out with all phases. Certainly a number of benefits that are listed there for you, but overall, this is a $290 million investment. End of the day, it will deliver 40,000 cubic meters to our community to serve our needs. That 40,000 is phased in at various stages to meet our development needs as we go forward. So it's listed there as 40, but that doesn't 40 by 2026 when we open the Simcoe system online. And it is split up into the various phases that you see here. Next time you see this map, we will have adjusted the coloring of phase 3. It's created a little bit of confusion. Phase 1 is from the Norfolk side, from Haldeman side into Norfolk to the north end of Simcoe, that kind of east-west stretch of purple. Phase 2 is the connection to Port Dover, Heather Lake into the Haldemans. I can see it's a full ring structure there, with water in both directions, which is great. And then phase 3 jumps back up into the purple section, link to Waterford as well as the link into Delhi. So I'll change that phase 3 color scheme just so you can kind of relate them to these physical phases. They're shown in that color because they're part of the same distribution loop, but we can link that to the phases so it's more clear for everybody. And there's a lot of debate over phase 4 and phase 5 and what that future may hold. And really, as Al mentioned, that's something we need to look at in conjunction with our planning activities. So where is our places to grow in Norfolk County? We know Simcoe's busy, we know Dover's busy. Are we going to see that growth last time? If we do, that might be a very viable option. Our existing customer base probably doesn't make that the most financial financially sound decision for the county, but it is something that we do need to consider and look at. Council will have lots of opportunity to debate that, give us direction as to where we go. Probably sound, excuse me, like a broken record because I say this every time, but as your water operator, this full build out is an absolute dream system, but we also need to make sure we make the best investment for the scene. Current progress on the interurban water system, Mariana walked through all that, so we're still finalizing the agreement with Haldeman for water sharing. That is because we are just finalizing our independent rate study. Phase 1, engineering is underway. EA is just about ready to wrap up. We started to require the plan signed. And then phase 2, as Mariana said, it's currently with procurement. We're just going over that to finalize the terms of reference. That will be released for the RFP will be released here in a few months' time. So I'm going to finish up on a couple slides here that talk about the state of our infrastructure. And as highlighted in some of the infographics early on, water and wastewater systems consist of many parts, many facilities, many moving pieces of equipment. It is a pretty complex industry. And I'm certainly not trying to scare anybody here, but I want to make sure you're aware of some of the conditions of the assets that we have out there. The picture is in the top left. That is a old water main and a valve. You can see a pretty significant break on that water main, the line break there, and the corrosion that we have on that valve. Picture on the top right, that is an old cast iron water main that has experienced severe tuberculation. When you move down to the lower level, you see significant ponding on a flat roof that forked over. That happens to be just above the electrical system that runs that entire facility. The picture next to it is a electrical connection, I guess I will call it, that is protected by chicken wire that would probably make any electrician cringe. And then the picture on the lower right is actually at the Port Rowan water facility. Probably recall me mentioning we have challenges with raw water quality in Port Rowan because of lake effect storms that we see creates high turbid water. That is actually what results in we have to clean out of that facility fairly frequently. So nothing we can't handle, but it's a lot of work. Very clear that is not going into anybody's drinking water. That is at the very head of the plant, but it is a operational challenge that just is an ongoing activity that we have to do. So despite that doom and gloom there, we certainly are making investments, and the county has historically been making investments in our system. The chart on the left, you'll see the gray bands represent the percentage of the overall infrastructure that you should be investing every year into your system. Historically, the county has done quite well. We're actually above the municipal average, which is nice to see. However, we don't have a lot of granularity in our data, so we might not be telling the entire story here. We don't have a proper asset management plan yet. We don't have accurate replacement cost. We don't have a great software system to field our data from. Right now, we can't separate our vertical and our horizontal components. So it is likely we could be over-investing in some types of infrastructure and under-investing in others. You balance it out, it certainly does tell a good story. It's something that we should be proud of, but we'll see more data, more granularity in this as we move forward. My speculation is that because of some of the investments that we're making in our treatment facilities, we may be under-investing in some of our infrastructure. Also, as part of the asset management plan, we need to look at what drives our capital investments. I know roads and bridges and arenas are seen every day, and they certainly, road conditions, the traffic patterns certainly make your bones ring. However, it's often what lies underneath the surface that carries the biggest risk for our community. So we just need to make sure we're looking at the entire picture when we develop our capital plans, not just what is visible to us. And why did I suggest that maybe we are under-investing in our linear infrastructure? Well, the chart on the left here shows the proportion of water main material in our system by type. And you can see, if you do the math there, we have about 20% that is either cast iron or asbestos pipe. That is a pretty large inventory. And that type of material, as it ages, the material is quite old because it hasn't been used for quite some time, does lead to service disruptions and poor water quality. This is the gray streak for example. There is quite a bit of it currently in our system. The county did have a proactive cast iron replacement program, but it was dropped a number of years ago as a cost savings measure, but something we really should be looking at building back into our budgets. Not saying we need to fix this overnight, but we should be looking to replace a specific percentage or kilometer value every year until we no longer have that in our infrastructure. That will make increased service level for our customers and also more operationally feasible for our staff to maintain the system and get rid of that type of material. And when you look at the age of some of our water mains, we do have about 50% of our water mains that are 40 years or older. And 40 years is certainly not extremely old or the end of useful life for a pipe, but it is at the age where you start seeing increased breaks and reducing pressure, so it does increase your operation. And we do have about 70 kilometers in our system that 70 years or older. That is getting quite old. When you look at that, that is kind of at the end of the pipe's useful age. Pipe age is not the only factor that determines condition, but certainly pipe of that age should be built in the replacement schedule. 70 years is not old in all contexts, but in pipe world, 70 years is getting quite old. So just some facts there that we need to look at, and this is the benefit of having data at our fingertips. It helps us guide and make better decisions as to where we invest our dollars. And I will finish my part of the presentation by talking about the MBIs that we have. So there are 2 MBIs associated with the rate budget, and the one that you see on this screen relates to optimizing our water and wastewater system, our existing system, as well as starting some preventative maintenance. There's lots of elements that could be lumped into this specific page, but I'll just focus here on a couple today. First of all, we do not have a very robust preventative maintenance program. This is kind of the change the oil in your car so that your engine doesn't fail mantra. Proper preventative maintenance ensures reliable service, extends the life of your asset, and reactive maintenance is very costly compared to planned maintenance. Certainly in some instances, we do want to run to failure, batteries, gaskets, that types of thing, but we're looking at our pumps and our motors. We really need to look at a more robust mechanical, electrical, instrumentation, preventative maintenance program. We need to move away from reactive and be a little bit more preventative. The second component that I'll highlight on this relates to our inflow and infiltration, as well as our water loss or our non-revenue water. So just as I mentioned earlier, water loss is water that we produce that does not go through a meter and delivered to a customer that is filled. And no system is perfect. You lose water from time to time, but as a provider, we really should be targeting a water loss of about 12%. That is a good industry standard. See that kind of table there at the top. 3 of our systems are generating water loss that is in excess of kind of the industry standard. And really in the case of Port Roma and Port Dover, they are quite high. And what I've done in this table here is show you what the annual savings would be if each of those systems were to be operating to industry standards. On the previous slide, I showed the Simcoe water loss was 6 or 7%, Waterford was 10 or 11%, so they are certainly well within consider a good functioning system. 17% is close, but 36 and 23 are very, very high and something that should be doing, something we should be addressing. In addition to the dollars, there's also the impact of our carbon footprint. That's a lot of energy used to treat that water. And unfortunately, the 2 biggest culprits being Port Rowan and Port Dover also have development implications. So development freeze at Dover and moratoriums at Port Rowan when we do have available water within that system somewhere, it just needs to be found. The second piece to that is the I&I. That is really the wastewater equivalent of leak detection. This is water getting into your sanitary system, whether that be rainwater or groundwater. And no system is perfect. You should expect loss. We do have cracks and joints in our system. Water is going to make its way in, but in some cases we have plants that are systems that are operating. They're fairly leaky, I guess I will say. The table on the bottom right shows 2 of our systems. In Simcoe, we have a peaking factor of 1.25, and really what that means is during the spring thaw or a real stormy day, we might treat about 125% of what the average flow is to that facility. And that's quite good. That's within industry standards. On the other hand, in Port Dover, we have a peaking factor of over 4. That is very high. And that does not just happen once. This is not an anomaly. This is something that we see a number of times throughout the year, and it's something that we should address. Just for some context, I think most of you are aware that I worked in Hamilton prior to coming to Norfolk County, and we had a combined sewer system. So a common pipe that carried your rainwater as well as your sanitary waste. We have a completely separated system. In Hamilton, the peaking factor at that facility is very similar to what we see in the separated system here in Port Dover. So not a great performer. I'm glad we got budget approved to start putting some backwater devices on certain facilities to keep that water in the system, but there is a lot more that needs to be done there. I mentioned earlier that wastewater treatment is very energy intensive. Anything keep that out of the system certainly results in savings at the end of the day. So I recognize that's a lot of information, and there's a lot more information in the actual MBI business cases, but each of these programs have financial, environmental, and growth benefits associated with them, and are really something that, in my opinion, you can't afford not to tackle. And the last thing I will say on this slide is that this is not an overnight fix. So, to get approval, it's not like come March 1st, this problem is going to disappear. It does take a while to go through the system, build that up, and find savings, but they certainly are there. You just need to be patient, work your way through this. Work your way system by system. These, oops, the second MBI associated with the rate budget is related to our vertical capital program. So this is our pumping stations, our reservoirs, our water treatment plants, our water towers, all those types of things. Currently, these are delivered through Mike King and the engineering team. And while Mike and his team do really amazing work, there is a very big difference between road and wastewater and water work. They are just a different skill set. Vertical capital involves all the engineering disciplines: civil, mechanical, electrical, architectural, chemical, instrumentation, and Scada. I mentioned earlier that we have 10 plants, 300 pumps and motors, 150 valves within our system, and over 4,200 control points that need to be up and operating 24/7, 365 with zero downtime. Otherwise, we are not compliant with legislation. They're just a different type of work. And when you look at what we have in our plan in the next couple of years, the next 10 years, there's a lot on the horizon. We talked a lot about Mariana's program and the Interurban water supply. But in addition to that, we also have significant upgrades planned at the Dover wastewater plant, Dover water plant, Simcoe wastewater, Port Roma water treatment plant, as well as we're seeing more and more come up for our water towers and our pumping stations and our reservoirs that need significant investment. Really, the idea is that this new team would report through Mariana and keep of all things water and wastewater station. Mike would maintain the roads, the bridges, and obviously the water mains that point underneath the road because they're part of that program. But we're kind of be delineating and follow what most municipalities do by splitting up capital, water, wastewater, and stuff that happens within the right of way. And I guess the other piece that led to this proposal coming forward is just the workload on our current resources. Our Mike's team carries a very large workload right now, and I'm sensing and they have started to express some signs of burnout, and I know it's impacting some of their health and their family life. So I'd hate to see them leave because we don't give them the support that they need. So I think there's a lot of benefit to a program like this, recognizing that certainly there's a cost associated. And that really wraps up my part of the presentation today. I do recognize that the last 4 or 5 slides probably sound very doom and gloomy. I don't want to say that the sky is falling. We do have challenges, but our team does a really good job operating our system. I just really wanted to make sure that we're being open and transparent with you and with our community so they can see where things work, where things aren't working, and more importantly, that we have plans to fix them so that they can have the level of service that they deserve and that they expect. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Mariana and Mike and Stephanie are here, or I don't know if you want to hear the finance side of the presentation first and do questions at once. We're at your disposal.
Yeah, I think that's how it was structured today, that we're going to go ahead and go to finance and then drive all of our questions through to staff at that point in time. But I will say, like, quite often you hear the community want to blame councils for how we get into this situation and how we're playing catch up. And I think it's subtle and it's easy. I think it's in these exact moments when staff bring the photos or the leak detection numbers forward, but we're sitting and facing, 5, 6, 7, 8% on a rate budget where you think, what am I going to do with it? I think it's in these small moments when you're presented with an opportunity to really demonstrate how you want to invest in something so important such as water, where it's easy to not give all the resources, but then end up in a position down the road where the community goes, how did we get here? I think it's in these small moments. That was pretty alarming to see some of those photos. So I'm glad they came forward. Am I going over to Kathy first? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Budget Chair Martin. Usually I'm the gloom and doom person. So Angie, thank you so much for taking over that job. So I'm going to be very quick and a little bit more positive. So I just want to thank, first and foremost, thank Public Works, Water and Wastewater Division for all the work and time that they put into this budget, and also the financial management and planning team for all their analysis that they've put into. I know they've had many hours working on this, so. But just generally for this budget, it's similar to past challenges. The main concern of this budget is to ensure that Norfolk County can continue to provide quality drinking water and wastewater treatment services while balancing aging infrastructure needs while with affordability of users, which I think Mr. Grice's presentation definitely demonstrated that, the graphics of some of the state of the infrastructure and some of the information related to water loss. Today, the proposed net requirement is slightly under $26.8 million, the proposed, which represents approximately a 12% increase over the 2022 rate requirement, or $2.9 million. It again is just primarily due to significant infrastructure funding investments that will be required over the coming years, plus a few additional new budget initiatives that Mr. Grace has gone through. So with that, I'll pass it on to Amy and her team to provide further financial details for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I just have a few comments through Budget Chair Martin to Council, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris and Jacob. As we all know, Norfolk is in the very early stages of investigation into the implementation of an interurban water supply system with Haldeman County. You've heard from Mariana and from Andrew today about where we're at and the status of that program. Obviously, the system and the associated costs are undoubtedly going to change how water is provided to Norfolk and the rates that are charged for that service. In the coming years, Norfolk's rate budget will undergo further changes and perhaps some growing pains. But for 2023, the budget was prepared in accordance with the previous rate study and the long-term plan that was established for the 2021 rate budget. This plan was aimed at closing our infrastructure gap and maintaining consistent rate increases while ensuring that adequate funding is available for Mr. Grace and his team to do what they need to do. The only changes to that plan, obviously, are the new budget initiatives. With that, it's my pleasure to hand it over to Chris Everett, our Acting Manager of Strategic Financial Planning and Reporting, and Jacob Graham, one of our Senior Financial Analysts on the finance team, to take you through our corporate services presentation this morning.
Thank you, Amy. We're now going to walk through the proposed 2023 rate supported operating budget. So in the opening comments, Kathy and Amy addressed a number of the points in our presentation, but we're going to look at the targeted life cycle costing requirements, the proposed budget, and major drivers, as well as the proposed service level changes and the overall impacts on the rates, including a look at the long-term forecast. So now we're going to start off with some information that we use to guide our decisions in developing the budget, which was our 2023 budget projection. So some of the main guiding principles that we used in the 2023 budget preparation process were the projection, which we reviewed with Council on July 9th. So for the rate budget, this slide represents projection presented by staff relating to the rate supported operating budget. And the two main guidance factors were that the rates be based on the multi-year strategy previously adopted. And so this incorporates focusing on stable rate or stable projected rate increases over the 10-year period, as well as addressing life cycle costing gap while considering financial sustainability. And then the second item is the proposed service level changes that were not previously included in rate study. And at the time of review of July, we were estimating the potential rate impact of a further 3% on average residential user. So overall guidance measures support the path taken by staff in the preparation of the budget. Rates presented within this budget align with the 2020 rate study to address the life cycle costs and gap. And just again, noting that the increase over the rates that were forecasted is completely related to service level changes that are proposed. So the driving factor behind the rate increases forecasted within the long-term strategy is the focus on targeted life cycle costing. The main principle approved in this plan was to increase total infrastructure funding to be reflective of the average annual life cycle cost over a 10-year period. The continuation of this strategy was applied in developing budget. Calculation of annual life cycle costing is based on the information from Norfolk County Asset Management Plan, which is currently still being developed. The asset management plan includes a detailed inventory of water and wastewater capital assets, and as well, the average annual life cycle cost is then determined by dividing rehabilitation, and replacement costs by the average life cycle of each individual asset. The proposed interurban water supply investments were considered in the calculation, as by the end of the 10-year period, the centralized water system is projected to increase. However, it is worth noting that further estimates or refinements and estimates for the interurban project continue to come forward. So as those updates progress, we will bring those forward to council as well. So to reach the annual life cycle costing target, Norfolk County has reached $19.7 million, and that's in 2023 dollars of infrastructure funding per year. This represents a further increase of $4.8 million as compared to the proposed 2023 funding, as shown by chart on the side of the screen. It should be noted that the life cycle costing does not consider the current condition of the assets. And since costs are subject to inflation, the life cycle costs will continue to increase annually. So this will result in yearly changes to that targeted level. So we're depicted on the left-hand side of the screen as the costs increase, then our life cycle costs per time will increase as well. So now I will pass it over to Jacob, who's going to take a closer look at the 2023 rate requirement, the future budget drivers, as well as the rate impacts for both 2023 and the long-term forecasts. Thanks, Chris. When looking at the overall 2023 budget, and more specifically the rate requirement, 2022's net rate requirement was $23.9 million. Looking forward to 2023, this has increased by $2.9 million to a total of $26.8. Of this, approximately $500,000 is attributable to operating costs and revenue adjustments, $1.6 million related to infrastructure funding, and just under $800,000 related to NBIs. As Chris noted on the previous slide, infrastructure funding is a critical component of the budget. It's in order to ensure that we are saving enough money to pay for future asset replacements, rehabilitations, and ensuring both operational and financial sustainability of the systems. A variety of factors affect the net rate requirement on an annual basis. Due to the heavy weighting towards infrastructure requirements, operational efficiencies are less impactful than in the levy budget. While less impactful, a few significant changes have been implemented over the last years, which have resulted in budget savings. These included items such as contracted lab services and reductions to the source protection plan requirements. The slide presented illustrates a few of the major budget drivers that are in the 2023 proposed budget. These include items such as salaries and benefits of $304,000, an increase to locate service costs due to unfavorable contract pricing, increased fire protection charges to the levy as based on the assumptions that were included in the rate study, a decrease in leachate revenue charges also due to assumptions within the rate study, and again, the largest driver being infrastructure funding as previously noted. And lastly, the other large increase here for $779,000 relates to the service level changes or the 2 NBIs. So the 2 NBIs that were previously noted and discussed by Andrew in his presentation, these initiatives are presented as impacts over and above the base budget, as the forecasted rates within the long-term study are not sufficient to fund these initiatives. To establish the revised rates or adjustments to the base rates, staff have reached out to the rate study consultant for revisions to the 2023 rates, which have been reflected in the proposed rates in front of us today. As the service level changes proposed are operating in nature, only adjustments to the consumption rates and the miscellaneous charges have been made, with basic charges remaining as identified in the long-term strategy. This slide illustrates the impact of the proposed 2023 water and wastewater rates on different users of the system, as well as the impacts on the other miscellaneous charges. For 2023, staff completed significant analysis on the net rate requirement, consumption, and the proposed rates that were forecasted as part of the long-term strategy approved. This analysis, in conjunction with validation from the rate study consultant, have confirmed that the proposed 2023 rates are sufficient to fund the 2023 net rate requirement. The base budget, or the budget without the NBIs, aligns with the forecasted 5.3% average residential rate impact included in the long-term strategy. As such, the proposed average monthly residential charge increase is above the $5.75 or 5.3%, as predicted in the rate study, to a total increase of $9.81 or 8.9% due to the rate adjustments. Septic and holding tank rates are based on the charge for the fixed costs of providing treatment plants and the operating costs required to treat septic tank and holding tank waste. These rates are increasing 10.2% and 11.9% respectively. Leachate rates are on a 5-year phase-in of rate reductions based on the findings in the rate study. The premise for this is that the analysis of the relative potency for incoming leachate determined that leachate has approximately the same potency as incoming waste and should therefore be charged at the same rate. The 5-year phase-in will help lessen the shift of burden to the residential ratepayer, resulting in a decrease of 27.2% from the 2022 rate. And finally, the bulk water rate incorporates an allowance for the fixed cost of the water supply systems and volumetric charge for the variable cost of operating those systems. The bulk water rate remains the same as 2022, as was planned in the long-term strategy. In 2020, Council committed to a long-term plan with more stable and projected rate increases over the next 10 years. The graph above illustrates the projected monthly residential bill impacts for the remainder of the rate study period. Overall, the remainder of the forecast predicts approximately an increase of 5.2% annually, 2023 being higher due to the proposed MBIs noted previously. The year 2030 predicts a lower increase, as it is expected that the required annual life cycle costing funding requirements will be met, resulting in an increase closer to inflation. And lastly, this slide shows a comparison of the average residential bill on an annual basis between the proposed rates, or the rates with the NBIs included, and the base budget rates on the bottom, which is what was included in the long-term strategy. In future years, adjustments to the budget may require further refinements to the rates provided, which would result in a deviation from the plan. Staff will continue to monitor budget impacts and their effect on the rates as we move forward. I'll now pass it back to Chris to close.
Thank you, Jacob. To summarize our presentation, the proposed 2023 rate-supported operating budget has been prepared largely based on a business-as-usual budget in order to maintain current service levels, while being adjusted based on proposed service level enhancements to address key infrastructure maintenance needs. In addition, as in previous years, this budget also further includes investments for capital infrastructure, and continuing toward closing the $4.8 million annual funding gap between sustainable funding levels and full life cycle costing principles. The underlying principles continue the long-term strategy previously adopted by Council. With that, we will be happy to take any questions and pass it back to Mayor Martin for our next steps.
Questions from committee to staff, Councillor Columbus, then Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First question is, I thought I read somewhere that had a $1 million surplus for 2022 water and wastewater. Is that correct? If it is, where did that money go?
Through the mayor to council. On page 29 of your budget document will be the overall water and wastewater summary. And in our 2022 forecasted actuals, we were projecting $833,000 surplus for 2022. That was at the time of the June 30th variance report. So as we move through the year-end process, those figures will be refined and brought forward with the financial statements. But any surplus in water and wastewater budget is transferred to the applicable capital replacement reserve.
What was that total surplus that we know?
At the time of June 30th, it was $833,000.
Do you anticipate not that might happen again in 2023?
Through the mayor, there's potential, but I think there's some things we've adjusted in this year's budget. So one of the things you'll see is the lab services was a reduction of $150,000, and that was a result of the transfer in the wastewater treatment contract last year and just some unknowns as far as what we were responsible for. So I think because we've adjusted some of those things, I'd be more confident that 2023 will not level of surplus.
Other question, can I keep going? The Earth Services contract, is that being reviewed at all with the collection of the money? One time there was a huge discussion at council about taking it in-house versus having a contract account. Get a comment on that?
Thank you. Through the mayor, Councilor Columbus. I'm not sure offhand the term of that original contract. That's something that we can certainly look into and provide some more information to council.
So I noted it was in the diagram. Major budget drivers. I don't know which category that comes under. Is it salaries? What part of their salaries? Where would we find that? For services contract in that chart?
Through the mayor's council, that contract likely would not show up on your major budget drivers just because it would be a standard increase. But it is one of our major drivers. But we're just looking right now to see what the contract is to give an update.
Thank you. And my last question. I thought I heard Mr. Grice mention that the Bloomsburg well, we've invested $1 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, based on the numbers that I saw, that I saw through finance, yes, out of that $5.2 million overall capital account, about $1 million has been spent going through drilling of wells, testing of wells, as well as the environmental assessment study.
And I understand we're going to be abandoning that idea. Doesn't sound good to me, but is there any way that we can use that well to supply water for people?
So through the chair, that is something that we can look at as we move to, say, phase 3 of the Interurban water supply project. I do know there was some flags raised through the environmental assessment process of that well and the configuration to get the installation of the raw water main. That is raw water, so it still needs to be treated. But it also ran through some environmentally sensitive and indigenous areas that likely require pretty big investments to remediate and navigate through. But all options are on the table. Like I did mention, we are finalizing the EA so that if things do change, we will have that document available to us and we can not start from scratch. We can hit the ground running, but we anticipate it would not be required in the future.
My concern is that Norfolk's residents are paying some of the highest water rates in the province. And now we're abandoning the $1 million venture. Just doesn't add up. I'd certainly like to see that well used and delay that phase 3 somewhere.
Councillor Duffy, and then I believe I missed Councillor Barry's hand after Mr. Grice spoke, so I'll bounce to him, and then I have Brenton and Manager Chief.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Grice. First of all, thank you for the presentation that you put together, and I agree with the Mayor's comments earlier that it is really important to be able to see, to get an actual visual on sort of what that looks like. So as I was preparing for this, I appreciated the amount of detail that was put into it. I just want to circle back to a comment that you made, just to ensure that I'm understanding correctly, in regards to water loss specifically in Port Dover and Port Rowan. Was I correct in hearing that if we deal with this through the MBI, we could be in a position where we could be looking at lifting development freezes and moratoriums in those areas?
Excuse me. So through the chair, yes, with an asterisk beside it. So like I mentioned, this would not happen overnight, but yes, the water loss that we see there does represent a volume that would have a positive impact on development. The reality is the work that we're doing in that facility, because it still requires upgrades, full build-out needs, that's going to be done before we find any significant savings on the water loss side of life. But yes, the volume of water that we are wasting there certainly could go a long way to supporting development.
Thank you for that. Then I would just sort of say I'm really glad that you're on the team and have discovered this. I wish we had found it sooner.
Councillor Barry.
I'm afraid, through the chair to Andrew, I fear that Councillor Duthie's scored my question points for this round. That's what I was going to ask. So, but I will say that I did appreciate the presentation, and it's quite interesting. So thank you very much. I don't know a ton about this, obviously, but I'm learning as we go, and I think it's great. And I did want to just make one more comment since my question is gone. But you mentioned that the doomy gloomy presentation. I see what you're saying, but I do look at this as the doomy gloomy gives us an opportunity to do some really good things. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention and giving us the opportunity to maybe do something good for the community because we know it's there. So that's it for me, and sir, because that would be my question. Thank you.
Councillor Breton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Andrew. Andrew, along the same questioning in Dover there, and I heard you mentioned in Hamilton where you were involved with the combined sewers. Years ago in Dover, there was quite a bit of combined sewer, storm and sanitary. Is that now been all eliminated?
So through the chair, it is my understanding that our Port Dover is a completely separated sewer system. Based on the numbers that I'm seeing, I would suggest that maybe something is still going on there. A peaking factor of 4 is, I'll say, is the highest I've ever seen for a separated sewer system. That is way outside of anything I've ever been exposed to. So it is separated, but there's probably more to that story. But that's really what we need to uncover through an I&I program.
Yeah. And my second question is along Councillor Columbus's asking is the Bloomsburg well. What was the volume or capacity of that well?
Through the chair, I think I'm going to have to look to Mike or maybe staff the details of that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know like that's like the cubic meters it was going to put out. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, I believe the pumping pipe tests said that the well production there would be around 5,300 meters cube per day.
5,300 cubic meters per day?
That's right, yes.
That's a lot of volume. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Andrusik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to staff. I'm going back to, because of my ignorance of plumbing, the water main itself. What is the preferred type or the required height that gives us the most value? And you described the metals there, and I was just curious what they were. What type do you prefer to have?
Sure. So there is different design standards. In a municipality of our size, we don't have really large infrastructure. So in that case, you might see more concrete pressure pipe. Really for what we do, a lot of PVC is kind of what we would prefer to see. It is relatively affordable. It does not corrode like any of the metal materials, but certainly a ductile iron is also something that's acceptable to us. Just old spun cast iron is really where we see the biggest problems with water quality.
So that's what you want to get away from. I have to say we cannot delay, we cannot put back, because otherwise we'll be in future accused of doing the same thing that was done in the past. It's to save dollars, but at the end of the day, we need the water. We need to be able to get back on track in development. So I feel that this is very well done, and I do appreciate staff's work there. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passing.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple other councillors have brought this up, but I did the, sort of the quick math on the back of the envelope a while back about water losses in Dover. That's about the equivalent of our new capacity with our $20 million upgrade. So when we get to the point of discussing that NBI, I think that it's money well spent.
Councillor Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Andrew. Andrew, in your presentation, and I guess this is also just touching on the same topic that Councillor Van Passing addressed. The cast iron pipe that we seem to have a fairly large percentage of. Is there a place in the county where there is the majority of that pipe located, or is it just spread out everywhere? I'm getting the impression, I know you mentioned that, of course, that this was part of the plan on the Grace Street item in Port Dover, but is there a particular part of Norfolk County that has a lot of this cast iron pipe?
So through the chair, we do see it scattered throughout the county. I'm sure there are hot pockets, and that's really the next step. As I was going through and pulling various data for our budget presentation, that's kind of a question I had of myself that we haven't quite got to yet. But I know we do have some in Simcoe, we have some in Dover, we do have it all over the place. But you're right, there is probably specific pockets where it's more prevalent, and that would really helpful for an investment plan because we can focus our efforts in one area and check a lot of boxes at once. That would be beneficial, but certainly happy to to send those stats to everyone so they have them once they have them at my fingertips.
Thank you, Andrew. That would be really helpful. I just kind of recall, I think 4 years ago, we discovered in that some of that pipe was installed in Port Rowan, and the installer put it into a soil bed that was not the appropriate composition, and it accelerated the deterioration of that pipe. So I think kind of a knowledge of that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, then Brennan.
Question, how do you change the cast iron pipe without changing the rest of the infrastructure, like sanitary sewer and all those other that have to be buried like 5 feet deep or more?
So through the chair, that's a good question. So certainly if we were to go out and do a reconstruction project to replace the cast iron water main, we'd be looking at the age of the sanitary sewer in that area. If the water main is of that vintage, it's very likely that the sanitary sewer also requires replacement. So they would be done, at once. There is an opportunity to line some of these. It is not a process that I've seen done a lot in Norfolk County, but it is something that other municipalities do. So if, say, for example, the sanitary sewer was in pretty good condition and the road was in great condition, you can basically core out that pipe and then reline it in place. And that is an option that we can consider. But that really it extends the life of the pipe, but really need to look at surrounding infrastructure to see if that's a viable option. But that's something that we would be looking at. Is it full reconstruction, or is there, call it mitigation measures that could be instead?
So it sounds to me like it could be a major capital investment required going down the pipe.
Through the chair, absolutely. And that's where I think when we look at this as an overall capital plan, is where we need to, how we target our investments. Yes, it's not just the cost of a water main. There's the road that goes along with it, sanitary, storm, and sidewalk, and everything else that goes along with that.
Councillor Brett.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Excuse me, I'm not sure who I addressed this to, but back a couple of slides there, you had major budget drivers, I guess it was. The one you had on there was fire protection, 142,000. Can you explain that to me?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bretton, yes, I did prepare a few notes on fire protection charges because I figured there'd be some questions, especially from some members of council potentially. So just some background on what we charge to the levy budget. And so the capacity of the water systems to supply and convey the water is determined to a large extent by the flows that are required for fire protection. So that's where water systems need to be able to transfer a specified volume of water within a certain time frame to the location of the fire or closest hydrant. And quite often it's generally greater demand than just typical consumers on the system. So therefore the water system design standards require each component of the water system to be built to supply the fire flows. And that in turn creates a significant portion of the water system costs relating to fire protection. So in our most current rate study, it continued the methodology that was used in the 2015 rate study, I believe, which is, I believe it's called the AWAV methodology, which is widely used in industry, but it allocates 17% of the net water expenditures to be recovered through the fire protection charge. So the method is recognized within the water industry and many jurisdictions. So just as an example, I did pull from Halton County because they also charge to their levy supported budget as well. So for Norfolk County in 2023, we're at approximately $2.3 million charged to the fire budget for fire protection, which is approximately a 0.1% impact on our tax levy. And for comparison, Halton County in 2023 is charging $2.5 million to their fire budget, which would result in an increase of 3% for 2020. I don't know if that helps answer the question.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure where I'm looking at page, 14 and 15. Are we not there yet? We are?
We are. We're going to break it down. Perfect segue. So let's specifically discuss the corporate service report, which is the first section of the agenda of the budget, the white binder. So you're spot on. Take it away.
Okay, well, can I respond first? This 142,000 is for, did I understand you correctly, for fire protection, for increased water usage for the hydrants?
Through the mayor, a large portion of it is through the hydrants. However, a lot of it is also to be able to build that capacity into the water system. So while it would, for the majority, may benefit residents who live near a hydrant, it would also service to protect public assets like this building and arenas and those kinds of things.
Just for clarification for council, we're on page 14 of the first section of our white binder, and Councillor Bretton's asking about the total revenue for fire protection recovery, 2.4 million.
Well, I have some concern with this, and I raised this issue a few years back, but I'm gonna bring it up again. And if you look on page 15, and I notice, well, I'll go to page 14 and at first in that graph, it shows the revenue of 2 million for bulk water, or 0.8%, if I read that correct. And if you go down to the third paragraph on the next page, it says we're looking at revenues generated to cover the expenses shown in graph 4 of water and wastewater rates of 8% total revenue to the tax levy. And my argument, I guess, is that the non-water and sewer, I'll call them sewer rate people, don't use those services. They don't use that service. They don't use the hydrants. They don't, and the people in the rural pay for fire protection under the rate budget. Correct? Am I correct? The fire budget is basically covered off in the rate budget, or in the operating budget. Okay. Well, I want to explain something very clear, like for the difference between urban and rural here. And I don't feel it's fair to charge people in the rural for a service that they don't receive. There are many services that the rural people don't receive. And I'm going to get into the water and sewer here in a minute. We don't receive street sweeping, leaf and yard waste collection, street lights, curb and gutter sidewalks. All those issues aren't in the rural. They're in the urban area. And fire protection with hydrants is basically an urban issue. If you live in a rural, like many people, and it's very expensive to operate a well and a waste system, I'll call it. It might be a holding tank, septic tank. Those things are very expensive, and the people have to pay to empty those. And it's gone up considerably if you look at it in your budget. As far as wells, there's drilled wells, there's dug wells, there's points, and there's cisterns. And those things can be very expensive to operate. And there's no assistance. People have to provide peroxide if there's sulfur in the water for a deep well. On the east side, many people have cisterns where they have to buy water. And in some cases, their house insurance goes up because they're so far from a fire hydrant. And they really don't receive any benefit from the municipality for all those services they provide themselves. Water, a well, whatever it might be. And my point is, I don't see where in this budget a rural person has to pay $2 million, I guess I'm reading on there, for water. They provide their own water. And we do provide in the operating budget, we provide our share of fire protection. So I like to see that remain in the rate budget and not be transferred into the operating budget. I'll make that a motion.
On the floor, is there a seconder? Councilor Fantastic.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I brought these sort of comments up over the course of the last few years, but again, Councilor Brunton has laid it out very well. Like there's quite a large savings in your insurance bill when you're within so many meters of a fire hydrant. You know, there are some benefits. And I think you've laid out, it's like almost like double dipping, right? That I get that because everybody pays for it. But the rural customer only gets this that everybody pays for, and it's that word I used before, equity. Looking at a little bit of equity. And I know it is a big chunk of money, and I don't know how it got slipped in there back in, I don't know, around 2015 that they, I think I was not on council at the time, and I think I made the comment to some friends that I think the reason they did that is because they can get away with it. It keeps the urban voters happy. There's not enough pushback from the rural, so let's see how far we can push them. And I, support the motion to remove it, but it is a big chunk of change to remove in 1 year. So, if maybe we could get a staff report back up, gradually shifting it down, because 2.4 million, that's going to be what, another 8% increase in the budget. Great. So, I support the motion, the intent of it. I'd like your other points of view.
Maybe we can get staff to chime in here with some implications of what this actually looks like and how we would continue with our budget if this is the course of action that's taken before we continue to discuss it.
Thank you, Dr. Chair Martin, to your council. I have a few comments that I'll start with, and then I'll invite Mr. Grice or Mr. Plant if they want to install our But so there's a couple of things. So anybody who borders an urban area, if you are rural and not on the water system, but you live, just outside the border, any fire protection, like operationally, the fire trucks will be filling up from fire hydrants in the urban area. If, anything were to happen and needed to do that operationally, that water would come from the system within the urban area. And the process of municipalities where you have a mixed urban and rural area, it is industry standard, as Chris noted, to have fire protection charges in your rate budget because of the oversizing and what is required of your water system in order to accommodate those fire flows. So we're not, we are in line with our peers of similarly structured municipalities in those charges. And that's why it was recommended in the rate study in 2015. So I'm not sure if that helps to provide some additional context while council's considering it. But if council's wish is to remove that charge or look at changing those charges significantly, we would need to go back to the consultant who completed our rate study and have them rerun any of those changes through their model. So we wouldn't be able to finalize our water rates today if that's council's choice. But I'll turn it over to any of my colleagues who may also have thoughts they want to add.
No comments. I'll go ahead.
If I may, if it is budget committee's desire to evaluate and do some additional analysis, my recommendation is that we approve this budget as is. You have specific direction to staff to do some additional analysis, run the numbers, perhaps look at whether the model is fair or not. If there's some revisions to be made, how do we implement that over the coming 3 or 4 years to make it affordable, as it will be a very large hit to the rate users. But I think more analysis is required, and I would be hesitant to have this council or this budget committee make any recommendations or decisions without having the full analysis done in terms of what the implications would be to remove this $2.4 million off of the operating side and fully on the levy side or on the rate side.
Yeah, I agree fully. I don't think that this is I think it would be little risky here to just go ahead and try to make these amendments, but I would support a staff report coming back. And I would also be interested in comparables of other municipalities with the mix of rural and urban communities and how they are charging it. Did I see anything? Councillor Van Andruschi, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I totally agree. I think we need more study on this. At the end of the day, I was not aware of how that was split. Not all fire stations and trucks will draw off of a water main. Not all of them. They have different systems where they go to ponds and they fill up and things like that. So I would be interested in seeing that. Yes, you are correct in saying that if you live close to the urban area of a small village or whatever that has the water main there, yeah, the fire station will pop up there. But I think more study needs to be done, as well as I could see this being phased out rather than just cutting it right at this moment. I think there's more study that has to be done. So I do concur and will agree with that. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Well, I would just like to digress a bit and put another comparison forward. And at one time, we had various hydro commissions across the county. We had Delhi Hydro, Port Rowan Hydro, Nanacoke Hydro, which serviced Waterford, Port Dover, and Simcoe Hydro. These were all amalgamated to Norfolk Power. And then Norfolk Power was sold to Hydro One for somewhere in the order of 69 million or something of that nature. That money is in a legacy fund, and that legacy fund, the interest of that is enjoyed by all the taxpayers of Norfolk County, not just those urban areas that had original hydro commissions who raised that money and built that whole hydro system that was sold. So, you know, you can give and take, and that's what I wanted to compare.
Voice of reason. Councillor Duthie, was that a hand? Okay, Councillor Van Passen, then Brett.
Madam Chair, I am so happy that Councillor Brutton brought this up, but I'm also a realist. And I would look to the deputy clerk. If I was to withdraw my second on this motion, and then, and it doesn't gain one, and then put forth a motion to ask for the staff report as our CAO has suggested, I think that will at least get the process moving, and let's have a thorough review of it, and we can balance out all those things that like the brought up. But without trying to offend my fellow councillor, if I withdraw that, at least we've got scored the point that it's recognized that there is an issue here of inequity. So would it be okay if I withdrew my second of that motion? I will do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Breton. You want to stick with your motion? Or are you happy to just go ahead? You can cry. I can look for another seconder for you, whatever your preference is.
No, I'm willing to wait for a report,
Okay.
but I want to say this: it's in the rural. There's many dry hydrants that the fire department draw on. There's irrigation ponds. You're right, Councilor Van Andruschi. They draw on it. I strictly look at it as an issue of fairness. And I listed a few other things there when I started about the other things that rural people do not receive. So my emphasis is on fairness. And I'm willing to wait for the report, but I think it's I don't think the urban people understand what rural people go through, the cost of providing their own systems. And there's a lot to it lately. Anyways, I'll wait. Thank you. I'll withdraw my motion of that.
Okay, so I'm going to mark Councillor Breton down as moving a motion for a staff report to return to us prior to rate budget next year or this year, next year, depending on when we get to it. Looking for information concerning separating out the fire protection from the rate budget with a phased approach over the coming years, what the cost implications are of that. And if he'll let me, I'm also interested in comparables of other municipalities in the report. Are you supportive if I add that in as a friendly amendment to your motion I'm drafting on the fly? That was a sure So we can see how other municipalities are billing it and handling it. Is there anything else that in the discussion we've covered off? Okay, so we've got a motion for a report to come back to us. Is there a seconder? Go ahead, Councilor Breton.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. When will that report be coming? I don't want to wait a year or 2 years for it. I want to.
Yeah, I specified prior to the next rate budget. If you want a sooner date, then go ahead.
Well, can that not be put together within the next half calendar year, I'll say? Is that?
Q2? Is that okay? Staff are nodding their head. Okay. Councilor Brand passing to a second. Okay. Everyone understands what we're voting on? All right, call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we're still on the staff report, which is section 1 of corporate services. Any other questions before we move on to section 2, which is the rate operated budget? None. I apologize. I believe we also need motion to receive Mr. Grice's presentation as information. Moved by Councilor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councilor Berry. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's flip to the second tab, section 2.
We also need one to accept the 4.3.
Finance, just, sorry, same thing. Finance presentation, Van Andriesch, moved, seconded by Duffy. All those in favor? Carried. Section 2, page 25. Questions of budget committee to staff. Councilor Columbus, take it away.
Yes, so thank you. I'm looking at page 2, right at the bottom, interdepartmental charges. Talks about how much rental of a lab sponsor verification. Where is that? What's
Through the mayor to Councilor Columbus, are you referring to the office space rental that's on the interdepartmental charge?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
So I believe that was just based on when we revised the square footage allocations at the various kind of facilities based on the realignment that happened a couple of years ago. So that resulted in some additional space allocated to water and wastewater.
So it's not at one particular location, addition of several.
I think it's related to the, I think they're in correct, but they're Grab building.
Sorry, through the chair, our office-based staff all work out of RAB, but we sort of have our field component that work out of various, primarily Cedar Street is their home, but they work out of various facilities across the county.
Thank you.
Further questions? Budget committee to staff. Operated, rate supported operated. Another minute to flip through your pages, check for notes, and then we will prepare to move on to section 3, which is the new budget initiatives, starting on page 35. Councilor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will defend the implementation of both of these projects here, but I would put forth a motion to amend it. Again, being realistic, it will take time to implement these jobs positions. It'll take time to do it. So if the budget presented is for a whole year, can we reduce the budget amount in 2023 to half of that level, realizing that it's going to take time to hire these staff. It's going to take time before they start working, and we're not going to get a whole year's worth of work done. So, to implement, so the base unit becomes the proposal, but this year's budget would only account for half of the funds.
Just clear as mud. So you'd like to go ahead giving staff the direction for both NBIs to hire 3 FTEs, but you want the budget for this year to read as a half of that amount because you want them to phase the hiring and it,
We'll take time to hire them. That folks said, we gotta find them first. So, it's not like we're gonna go approve this budget next week and then go tomorrow, the next day and hire somebody who's gonna start working on the Monday after that.
so there's no budget amendment. We've given them the, or sorry, you're just anticipating that what if they find someone tomorrow and we haven't given them enough funding? What if they're lucky enough? I'd rather set the FTE rate, give them the direction for 1, 2, 3, none, as opposed to having them find a suitable candidate and needing to come back to us for a budget event. That makes sense? I see what you're doing.
It does make
I'm
sense,
concerned-
but I put a motion on the floor, Madam Chair, if, that is defeated, everybody else.
So you have a motion to approve all of the FTEs with whatever that combined dollar value is, but chopping that in half.
Yeah.
That's the motion. Is there seconded by Councilor Shelley? Comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would second that motion. I just have, and again, no one can predict the future or has a crystal ball, but I just have noticed that some of our vacant positions have taken quite some time to fill. So I think this might be a pretty good approximate guess by the mover that this may work out pretty well.
Okay, thank you. I did have some questions for Mr. Grice, so if you'll indulge me, I wanted to ask a couple questions specifically related to the first project manager. Earlier in your slide, Mr. Grice, you spoke about, sorry, you know what, it's probably a finance question, to be honest. You spoke about the percentage of water loss, and then there was a dollar figure attached. So Port Rowan at 36%, 132,500, 23% Fort Dover, 149,500. Can I get a better understanding from either Mr. Grice or finance on how that the expenditures and the revenue is calculated concerning this project manager for the leak detection role? Because it seems like we're going to have a significant amount of savings in the leak detection, which we wouldn't account for as revenue. It's just going to be enough. So can you just walk me through how you've come to the calculations of $615,600 with a revenue of 90,000? It's page 39 of our new budgets.
Through you and to you, Madam Mayor. The main rationale behind our calculation there, the revenues are related specifically to fire protection charges that the water supply line, as well as to fees that have been impacted for holding tank septic and leachate. The rationale behind not making further adjustments for some student savings from water loss would just be difficult to quantify when that would occur and at what level. So a more conservative approach would be to not budget for that. And in future years, if this is approved, we would start to see those adjustments at that time.
And potentially accumulate as a surplus? How would that manifest in the budget if there are those savings found over time?
Yes, if those savings occurred through the year, like say someone was starting February 1st and the program's got off the ground and savings quickly enough, those would just create a surplus in the current year, and then the budget would be adjusted to the next.
Okay, so then we're adding on the cost of the salaries and benefits plus the material, supplies, and services, hoping to find additional cost savings that's not going to manifest in revenue because it's not a user fee, it's not the fire protection. And then if that is the case, that will be a surplus that will be moved over into the reserves come year end. So we're still going to budget for the position. So then the material, supplies, and services, what is captured in that for that role? Is that some of the covering off so that there's not a budget amendment for when you need to go out and do work when you capture leaks, or is that just to get these employees set up in our
Yeah, certainly. So through the mayor, the dollars that are carried in there for material and supply. So again, this MBI is not, we're talking about leak detection, but it's also the I&I as well as the preventative maintenance. So yes, there is dollars in there for minor maintenance on some of our infrastructure. There is dollars in there to either purchase equipment, rent equipment, utilize a contractor to do leak detection efforts. So this is not something we can do solely ourselves. There's different technologies that are out there. So some of that materials and supplies is to support that. And then on the I&I side, it's the same thing. There's tools and equipment that are needed to perform that work. So there's the staffing component of it, and then there's also the tools that they need to use to accomplish that work, or the contractors that they need to leverage to accomplish that work.
Okay, I'm just trying to plan accordingly if this is approved, if there's going to be additional budget variances coming forward because of then the scope of work, which I know further demonstrates the need for the role, but how we plan to kind of capture.
Sorry, I didn't fully understand your question. So no, that is a good point. So for example, sticking with the water loss theme, if we were to go out and do this work with the resources that we get, money, if we find something significant and we do have to repair it, yes, that is not currently accounted for in this dollar amount. It would be something that we would do through our operating budget. We do have dollars set aside for water main repairs throughout the system. So we would likely utilize that money. If it's something that's significant, we might have to come back to council and say, hey, we found something big and it might cost us $10,000 to fix. Could we get the green light to go ahead? But anything small, we would address through our operating budget. Anything large, we would come back here.
Okay, thanks. That answers my question. Councillor Breton and then Duffy. So we do a motion on the floor. If there's a question pertaining to the NBIs or debate, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I asked for this specifically a while back. It's the org chart. Many of you probably got it the other day. But on that chart, I see right now at least 4 vacancies. And I assume they were budgeted for. I think I asked that question also. They were budgeted for in 22, but not filled, I assume. And I think the answer was yes. My question is, could we not hire this person and put, like on this chart, if you all look at it, it shows a water wastewater compliance officer vacant, water and wastewater compliance technologist, 2 vacancies. Could we not hire a person in one of these jobs to look at that? It's not, I don't know, a project manager, preventive maintenance, and maybe fill that job and bring in the compliance technologist people on top of that, instead of, because I assume if we go ahead with this, we're going to have not only 3 or 4 new ones in the org chart for what do we call environmental services, which water and wastewater fall under, but we're also going to have another new position in there. If you look at the chart, there's a lot of vacancies in there. And I'm just wondering, is that an option we could look at?
So through the chair, those vacancies are really created through attrition. So we've seen some retirees and some people move on. So they are positions that have a full workload. So in terms of our compliance officers, for example, they're the ones that are assisting the ministry with the inspections on our drinking water systems. So us not having them right now is creating a real problem, and we're actively trying to recruit and fill them. But they're not, I wouldn't say they're vacancies that don't need to be filled. They're just, had some people move on. We just promoted somebody that created a vacancy as well that we're trying to recruit for right now. It's just the nature of our business. As people move on, we're going to have temporary vacancies, but those positions they have enough to do already without taking on a leak detection program.
If I may, through you, Madam Mayor, just to maybe help Budget Committee understand, the way when we talked about this as staff and I envisioned this and I talked about sort of getting an understanding to get behind this NBI, to me, we need to divorce it from the 2 FTEs that are being talked about. Really what we're talking about is a new program that doesn't exist today. In order to have a successful program to detect the leaks, to repair them, all of the things that our GM talked about, Andrew, you need a couple of resources to get that program underway, and that's going to involve not only the staff resources, but also everything that goes along with that, which is the additional line item that the mayor discussed in regards to, material supplies, services, things of that sort. The current vacancies that you have that the counselor is highlighting is standard operating procedures. You get people throughout the year, some people come, some people go, you have vacancies. At the date that you printed off that organizational chart, you have some vacancies. It doesn't mean that the work isn't required. That body of work is still required. We are actively looking to fill those roles. Those are full-time roles that are busy enough as they are. As staff, we don't believe that we can add this new program to the existing resources that we have and give additional responsibilities to the staff members that we have. So really, the NBI, if you think in your mind, it's a brand new program specifically targeted to identify those efficiencies, to identify those leaks, to continue with the preventative maintenance program, and you will get those efficiencies over time. In the presentation, staff identified about $300,000. That is really wasted money right now. We are treating water that doesn't get to an account that's getting billed. By establishing this program, you're going to get rid of those leaks, you're going to identify them over time, and you're going to have a much more efficient system. And over time, with those efficiencies, this NBI will be paid for through those efficiencies. So it's really, if you think in your mind, this is a brand new program to make our systems much more efficient. And we haven't invested in those preventative maintenance programs in the past. And that's why we are losing to the tune of about $300,000 a year in treating water that isn't being billed. So that's the way I envisioned it in my mind, and it helped me sort of justify why this is a requirement. And I'm hoping that's helpful to Budget Committee, so you better understand what this NBI is about.
Okay, so you better understand. That's it. You have a better understanding. Councillor Duthie, go ahead, followed by Michelle, and then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, there's a lot going on here. I fully support the principle of the NBI in terms of leak detection, finding the lost revenue, etc. So fully support that. To the motion that Councillor Van Passen has put on the table, I appreciate that he's done so. I think I like the intention of it. I did ask a similar question last night based on the conversation that Councillor Van Passen and I had asked that question of the CAO and had a response from the CAO and the treasurer. And I wonder, Madam Mayor, with your permission, if we could just ask the treasurer or CAO to just speak to the concept of that. They raised some interesting points. I may debate them, but I think it would be important for this council to get from the treasurer in terms of the implication of doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Duthie, and through Budget Chair Martin to you and to all of council. So our policy and our past practice has always been that all positions are budgeted for a full year unless it's a temporary contract that is ending and not going to be replaced, and that's when we would shorten the budget. So there's a couple of things. I mean, you're correct, we do have vacancies, and you're correct that retaining and attracting staff is a challenge for us, and it may not happen February 1st. Absolutely. But if it does, as as Mayor Martin noted, then we would be building in a deficit if we haven't factored that in. And if we're not budgeting until, July, June start, whatever the case may be, then if we don't start the recruitment till then are we pushing it back? And then just the benefits of the program become pushed further out in time as well. So, and then if we only budget for half a year this year, then you're automatically baking in that 6-month increase into next year. So we might, I'm just for the ease of use of round numbers, $100,000 reduction this year, you're automatically increasing by that amount again next year. So before the rate budget even comes back to you, you're already including that increase in order to accommodate that 12-month position. So in order to stick with our rate model and with our increasing that we're projecting, we need to keep that at a full year level. Now, all that being said, it's up to the will of council to do what they will. But I will caution that we ran all the scenarios with our consultants through our rate model in advance for one NBI, for both NBIs, for the base budget. We didn't think to run through
half an NBI. So should that be the change that occurs today, we will need to go back to our consultant and run that model through. So we won't be able to finalize those rates today.
Good to know.
That is not true. I don't know how if you want anything else.
Go ahead, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, and thank you to the treasurer for getting her response last evening, but for comments today. I spent several hours last night sort of flipping that back and forth in my head. Ultimately, it's somewhat of a shell game. Do we do it today? Could we do it next year? And I think I would probably fall in line with the direction of the treasurer in that we might as well just do it now, so that we at least know what the number is. That's what you said.
Perfect. Councillor Michelle, then Columbus. Columbus.
I heard that they ran some scenarios for the NBI, but I just wonder, haven't heard anything about hiring a contract service, like somebody that specializes in this leak detection, that has the knowledge and the proper equipment. Did anybody research that component to see if it would work for Norfolk?
So through the chair, we would likely be utilizing some form of contracted services to supplement this. When you look at a program of this size and magnitude for water loss, I&I, and preventative maintenance, it still requires someone in the background to run the logistics from a county perspective. So I don't want to send the impression that this person is going to be in the field every day and they're going to find the leak and they're going to fix the leak themselves. They're going to form part of a team, which will work internally with some of Stephanie's staff, but they'll also have to leverage some contractors and consultants to get this work done.
Yes, they're not going to be hands-on at all. Thank you.
Councillor Van Pass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard the staff's comments on it. It was past policy that they've always done it this way. Yeah, well, so what? We'll try something new. Heard comments that, well, if you only put half of it in budget this year, you're automatically building, an increase into next year's. Well, if you put the whole thing in, you've already got that increase in there. So that's sort of an invalid argument as well. Again, we've got positions, similar sort of type positions in the same department that we can't fill now. So I'm fully confident that we're not going to be able to post the job. Well, first develop the job description, post it, advertise it, and have somebody showing up for work on February 1st. It ain't going to happen. If it magically did, well, part of the job posting is going to say your start date is, pick a day in May, June, July, sometime there. If you're going to need some lead time. So I don't see where it is a great issue to say, yes, we're going to start this new program and try to save enough money to cover it, which, by the way, from your discussion earlier, because this is a closed loop system, if we implement this program, it starts saving money. I think the total number was just to get it losses from the current losses down to an acceptable level of 12%. We're going to save almost $500,000 a year, but that would just create a surplus in the rate budget. Our policy is to take any surpluses and we put it back into the capital side so that the rate people don't lose that money. And if that all happens, well, then you start we're increasing the amount that goes into that reserve. Down the road, you'll be able to look at not having such large increases in the amount of money. Because, it was mentioned today, we've got a $19.5 million gap in what we're putting in reserves for capital and what we're should be doing. So we got a long way to go there. So any savings we can get operationally will just help with that and speed up that process. So, I've heard all the comments from the staff, but I think that this option that I've put forward is doable.
You? Okay, well, my comments concerning the motion, I can't support it because I can't support the way that we've structured the second NBI. So I am in support of the first project manager, but not the second for a lot of different reasons. I was hoping we'd maybe debate them out separately, but the motion is to approve all 3 FTEs and half of the total expenditures go onto the budget. Moved by Councillor Van Pass and seconded by Councillor Michelle. Final call on debate. Call the question. All those in favor and those opposed? And that is not carried. So we can, Councillor Breton, propose an alternative.
Couple questions, I guess, and I'm not, get me wrong, I think the MBIs are important, but I guess I have a question first to our CAO, and that is, based on this I'm looking at, first of all, maybe sorry, through you to Andrew first. Andrew, we have 3 vacancies in this compliance department. Okay. Now, I assume compliance means stuff you got to prove to the province that everything's going good or whatever. Does that make sense? According to Oil? Haven't met Oil, but anyways, and if these 3 positions have been in the budget all year, financed, but how long, to you, the CAO, how long have these positions been vacant?
Through Councillor, through Madam Mayor to the Councillor, I'm not sure how long they've been filled. I would just be hesitant to assume that because they're vacant right now, they've been vacant for the entirety of 2022. As our GM said, it's through attrition. People resign, people move on to other opportunities. People are off-boarded, and we actively start the recruitment process. Just so happens it's a snapshot in time that you see there, but we can certainly get that information for you if you'd like. If Andrew doesn't have it on the top of his head in terms of how long they've been vacant.
Okay, but am I correct to assume that these positions were financed in 2022?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say it's safe to assume that they are all in the base budget and approved funding for those positions in the base budget.
And they're for 22 and 23?
Correct. They carry forward into 2022.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll make a motion, see if it flies. I'll go along with the MBIs, but I'm going to say, if you look at this chart, which I assume many of you got, I'm going to, as far as the vacancies on here, if there's a vacancy for one of these compliance people that says they want 2 in water, wastewater compliance technologists, 2, I'm saying we eliminate the 1 for now and do the MBIs. Go ahead with that, if that motion makes sense.
Okay.
Or the 1 MBI, I'm sorry, not 2, 1.
You'll go, so you want to go ahead with the project manager, which is the leak detection I&I that we spoke about, and you want staff to eliminate a position that's presently there?
One of these, water and wastewater compliance technologists, there's 2 positions there, and I want to eliminate one of them for now. Maybe we need it later, we'll see.
So
They've already got, there's also an opening there for a compliance officer at the top, so there's 2 other positions they're going to hire there if they haven't already hired.
So it's vacant right now. Are you asking for them to eliminate the position or hold off on hiring until they've implemented the project manager?
I'll go along with that, sure.
Okay, so then it'll stay in the budget. Okay, so can we get a comment from staff on what that, the implications of not filling the existing compliance position currently? Technologists.
Certainly. So in addition to them working with the ministry, they also perform regular technologist roles. So drawings, technologist work that we do. So they're not purely working with the ministry like I alluded to earlier. There is a bigger scope of work there. In terms of their vacancies, one of them has been vacant for a while. I mentioned the challenges we have with attracting and retaining staff. We did make a job offer, I'm going to guess in September, to somebody who accepted, and then at last minute had a job offer somewhere else and went there. Some of the other positions that you're mentioning, they just went vacant. We just promoted somebody into a manager role, which has now created a domino effect, which has opened up some vacancies. So we're actively going through the recruitment phases right now. So just in terms of those vacancies and where they are. In terms of us not doing work, that does create a big risk for us. So as passionate as I am about leak detection and the money that we can save, I would not want to compromise us risking non-compliances within our drinking water system to achieve that. So it's not something that I would prefer. I would rather put, to the pain to say, something like leak detection on the back burner so that we don't have an issue with our existing drinking water system.
Okay, and I think as a general practice, we should probably have some type of recommendation in front of us if we're going to look to eliminate Should probably do a little bit of research. I know you know what you're talking about, but it's not my wheelhouse. So that being said, you've heard from Mr. Grice. Is there a seconder for the motion that's on the floor? There's not. Okay. Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, a question to Andrew, and then I would be prepared to make a motion on NBI number 1. You've now said this a few times in terms of the challenges that we have in attracting and retaining talent. So in the line under NBI number 1, salaries and benefits at 136,600, are you confident that that is a satisfactory number that will help us to actually achieve this position? Is it a number that is in line with what we pay currently, or is it a number that is in line with what the position would pay across the province?
So through the chair, this position is rated in alignment with what we have at our current project manager level throughout our corporation. In terms of your question, is it high enough? I think that's part of the bigger question that Al's brought forward in terms of, it's not just compensation here, it's the culture, it's the workplace environment. There's lots of things that go into that. Are we going to struggle to get somebody? No, I think we will attract somebody. Are we going to attract the best candidate at that rate? Maybe not, but I think we will certainly get somebody who has the skills, who has done this in an industry. It's not something to push that program forward, but generally speaking, our attraction is a challenge for us. Not as much in this position. I alluded to it on field level. Operators, licensed operators, are a bigger challenge for us to attract than someone who might be a technologist or an engineer. They are easier for us to find.
Thank you, Mr. Grice, for your comments. I would just like to say that I think this group is really helping or trying to work on the culture. So hopefully that makes your hiring process a little easier. And if you are confident that that number will at least give you, they don't have to be the best, but as long as they can do the job well and find us the status we're looking for, I appreciate that. So, Madam Mayor, I'd be prepared to move forward with the motion for NBI number 1 as it stands.
Seconded by Councillor Brandon Treaty. Is that a comment or a Councillor Berry or a, okay, prepared to. All right, so let's pass it as a motion because we've had debate on it. So moved by Councillor Duffy and seconded by Councillor Van Driesche to approve the 1 FTE project manager and the full total expenditure as suggested. Understood? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's go on to the second NBI, which is project manager's vertical infrastructure. Are there any questions before we throw a motion on the floor here? Okay, seeing none, I'll open it up to budget committee to propose a motion, adopt what's there, suggest an alternative. Councillor Van Patten.
I might be looking for a little bit of help from the chair, but I know we kind of the other day, you had a concept of a state implementation on these 2 positions. I'm wondering if you might want to explain that so I could put forward that type of motion.
I don't know if I believe in it anymore. Thank you for the opportunity. I guess my position, that I agree with you, Councillor Van Patten, that we need to put some support behind staff. This is one of the largest projects that we've had. So I fully understand the NBI and its merits, and I believe in it. My problem that I struggle with is we're progressing, we're adding new staff on that, as we've heard, they sit in the budgets. That position is retained until we eliminate it. It's budgeted for. And my concern is that we don't have any provincial funding yet, and we're adding this onto the rate. So while I don't disagree with the need, and I know the resources are tight, I'm not sure that I can get behind either of these NBIs. Initially, I was thinking 1. So before I start ruining your plan here, I'll let you speak again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that probably is a very prudent suggestion to approve the NBI for 1, because it's not just the new stuff that we got to do. We need some catch up on what is existing in the ground now, and we need some relief for current staff. So, and I would look to Al to give some advice on the wording that the NBI number 2, project managers. Can we approve that for 1 new FTE with the intent of implementing the second once we get some more information on proceeding with the interurban water supply, or do we just approve it as one? And by the time we get more information for the interurban water supply, we'll be sitting here doing the 2024 budget, and we'll look at a new budget initiative for the second one then. So might be the simple solution, but I'll ask Al for some advice.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it would be prudent for this council if it's budget committee's desire to approve one. I wouldn't approve both of them if the second one be subject to approving or getting grant funding to commence the project and move it forward. So I think we could certainly support the one FTE approval now. And when we come back with good news that we've got grant funding and that the projects are more affordable, we can then at that point table additional resource requests. And at that point, council can make a decision whether you'd grant us the additional FTE at that point.
Moved by Councillor Van Passen. 1 FTE, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch. Any debate? Councillor Van Andriesch. Ben Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Not necessarily debate, but at the end of the day, making the comment that we don't want to be rushed the same way as our past predecessors that we didn't do something. This is essential that we do, and water is very important, and I think we have to move forward towards the future. Thank you.
For those comments, Councillor Duffy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to, it's a question actually of the finance staff. Does that mean then that on page 45, the salaries and benefits line of 273,200 is that in half?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. And as well, the materials, supplies, and services would also be cut in half.
Any further debate? I guess I'm going to throw out a question to staff as well. Councillor Van Andriesch worded it perfectly earlier. Can you defend the position now, knowing that we don't have the funding? I understand it. I know about the resources. I want to support our staff. I'm really, really struggling to walk a fine line here where we're not burdening the ratepayers towards this big picture plan when we don't have a contributions. I really want to support it, but I also don't want to tiptoe over that edge of applying more county resources and more dollars when there's such a high level of uncertainty. We haven't had that affordability study.
So through the chair, I think we can defend it now, and that's why it's in front of you. I'm not opposed to what has been proposed today with one FTE in future consideration. And I say that we still need these resources because we're not just talking about what we don't currently have at the Interurban water supply. This is also to address all of our other vertical infrastructure. So we have just closed a tender in Simcoe. Outside of the Interurban water system, that's going to be the biggest project the county's ever done. There is a lot of work to be done on our existing infrastructure, and this is where that resource will provide a lot of value. But I certainly will follow council's direction here. If we move forward with one resource and revisit this at a future date as things become more finalized, maybe it's not a project manager, maybe it's a technologist. It might be something different if we do it in the future. I certainly get behind that, but giving us one resource will at least ensure those programs move forward.
And this position would be under Mariana with the other engineering role?
Through the chair, that is correct. So you don't have call it a future state org chart, but really Mariana's program, and I guess her title likely look a little bit different, but she would be doing kind of interurban as well as call it vertical capital for water and wastewater. So that resource would report through her team as well.
Okay. Questions, comments, debates? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And it is carried. Thank you, everyone. So where are we at here? We've gone through sections 1, 2, and new budget initiatives on 3. Section 4, proposed 2023 user fees. Section 4 outlines the rates for water and wastewater services on page 47 to 48. Annual bill impacts, including scenarios where only one or no NBIs are considered, 49 to 51. Municipal comparators for average monthly billing, page 52, as well as miscellaneous user fees on page 53 to 55. So some of that's been covered up with the NBIs. Are there any questions or comments from Budget Committee to staff under Section 4? Councilor Van Patten?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Probably heard this before. I've never got any logical answer on why the water rate for a cubic meter bulk water is proposed to be 1.935 for a customer of the system, but when I go pick it up at the factory myself in a truck, I got to pay $4.41. How can somebody logically explain to me that if I'm a residential homeowner and I've got a water pipe that runs right to my house and I got to help pay for the plant that treats that water, I got to help pay for the pumps that get it to my house, I got to pay for the pipes to get it to my house, but I get that at a third of the price as if I went right to the factory and picked it up myself. I've just never understood the logic of that, other than the fact that they charge that much because they can. We do the same with holding tank waste. Okay, like I live in the urban area, I have pipes, I flush the toilet, the water goes down, it goes into the pipes, it gets pumped, it gets treated at the treatment plant. But if I have a holding tank, I have to pay somebody who pulls it out of the tank, delivers it right to the factory, and I got to pay, 5 times more because I deliver it directly and don't use the pumps and the pipes. That logic just defies me. I mentioned this last year. I went to Roma one time. Whether you're on a holding tank or living in the urban area, it's the exact same taps. They only sell one kind. It's the exact same sink, it's the exact same shower, and the exact same toilet, but somehow the stuff that goes down the pipe at one house is totally different than what goes down the pipe in the other house. I've never understood that logic. So if either someone could explain that to me so I could actually believe it, or why are we charging so much more wastewater rate of 2.508 per cubic meter is what we charge. People are hooked to the entire system and it pumps out. But if I got a holding tank, I got to pay $13.68 per cubic meter for the same stuff. If it's a septic tank, it's 69.46 per cubic meter. I just don't get the logic of it, and I'd like to see some adjustments to those prices. I do not understand why a holding tank rate can't be the same price as what the rate for the urban dwellers are. I don't understand why when you pick up bulk water, you got to pay that much more than if it's delivered right to your house in a pipe. So if somebody could enlighten me where I'm wrong in my logic, or I will wait and I will put forth a motion later on if the discussion warrants it to have those rates reduced. Thank you.
Certainly not the one to enlighten you on that, so looking at you, staff.
Okay, maybe I'll start off, and I'm sure there'll be a finance component to this, and I might have to rely on Stephanie as well. There was a lot of parts to that questions. The one thing that stood out to me, you were talking about holding tank waste and septic waste and the discrepancy between those two. That really comes down to what is dropped off at our plant. So yes, you're right, they're delivering it to the factory, but septic waste is very different than holding tank waste. Holding tank waste is quite diluted. When you drop off a septic load, it is an immediate influx of solids into our system, and it can really throw our plant for a whirl, and that's why there's a difference between holding tank waste and septic waste. In terms of how we arrived at that rate, I might look to Stephanie or finance to provide a little bit more rationale there, because I'm not certain myself, but that is why there's a difference between two different types of drop-off waste.
I'm actually going to look at finance for a little bit of assistance with this one on the user fee for that.
You need a minute, finance, or does Councilor Van Passen have another comment? Okay.
Okay, so let's say that septic tank, I understand it's different. Okay, I didn't think too much about that, but let's say it's like 5 times thicker than the stuff that comes through the pipe. So if we can buy water, if we live in town for $1.90 cubic meter, so let's first sell them 5 cubic meters. That's going to cost them $10 plus the regular price that everybody else gets to pay of $2.50. Well, that gets us up to $12.50 a cubic meter. It doesn't get us up to $69.46. Maybe they need to dilute it 10 to 1. Okay, that's going to cost them $20. That still doesn't get you to $69.46. Let's just do it on a rainy day in Dover, and then it doesn't cost anything because it's already diluted 4 to 1 right there. So again, maybe if somebody could tell me how they did this magical calculation and how bad this stuff is. But, you know, the holding tanks are a tougher one for me because the same damn pipe.
Finance, you want to jump in, or do you want Councilor Breton to add to that? Councilor Breton, take it away.
Gonna throw another monkey wrench at it. I know, the haulers, how they deal with things. They pump a septic and they'll pump a couple of, holding tanks. I mean, it depends on what the size of the truck is. And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I don't know how they deviate it out at the plant. Unless somebody calls in the tanker and checks it. But my point is, the driver said, that's right. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I know you're doing your research there to try to determine that, but at the end of the day, if there's a comparison with other municipalities on what they charge, is there a rate? Have you viewed that at all in comparisons?
Just as finance is looking for that, I mean, one of the considerations I would suspect, and I don't know the background behind this, is you probably have out-of-county haulers who are also coming and dumping into our system, and maybe that might be a rationale why there's a bit of a premium on that. So I don't know the details, but I'm assuming that there was some analysis done a few years ago that derived that, and my suspicion is you probably have some out-of-county folks taking advantage of our system as well, but finance, let's see if they've got that analysis ready.
Councilor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you, I just wanted to commend Councillor Van Passen on his best redemption or performance of Groundhog Day. We've done this every year. This is our 5th year now. We get the same answer from staff year after year after year. And looking at the prices, I mean, we were $219, $33.73, then $41.71, $62.07, and up to $69.46. So obviously, there hasn't been support around the table, and we're getting the same answers from staff in terms of the dilution, the holding tanks, the difference between the hauled septic. I remember bringing this up probably 2 years ago, maybe 3, about what was in the tanks, how often, what they pumped and what they took, and there just doesn't seem to be a clear answer. My thoughts.
Yeah, I actually do recall you bringing it up. Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here, Councillor Van Huffman is correct. In 2015, one of our studies that we initiated was one of the major study where council provided guiding principles and directions to staff to have a consultant come back with various analysis. At that point in time, we moved from 2 block volume rate to a single block. We were instructed that user pay for the services that they were using. So residential pay for residential, commercial pay for commercial, bulk. And one of the items was to provide a combined waste disposal amount. That came in quite high and there was a lot of controversy and there was a lot of changes to it. So that guiding principle has changed where it became the all the water, I believe, is a portion, the way that's calculated is a portion of the septic rates. Council approved that a number of years ago. So there are some philosophies behind that previous councils have developed, and that's what these rates are established on. We can change those. It doesn't mean that they're right or wrong, but at the time it was presented to council and council approved those guiding principles to establish the rates. The other area we changed where a lot of the billing was based on consumption. So I believe it was like 70-30. So 70% of your bill is based on consumption and 30 on your basic charge. That was revised to become more of a 50-50 charge between volume and your basic charge because consumption is very volatile and to get a really wet season, less water is being used, etc. And then there's conservation. So this has been around the table many times. I'd have to go back. I'm sure we can provide you in the rate study. If we go back there, probably it'll tell us how the bulk rate was established in that. We can get you all of that information. But again, staff will just be letting you know how the consultant and what council previously approved as the philosophy to develop those rates. And again, though the rates are developed by the inputs from us on the costs of running the water and sewer operations and the treatment of sewage, etc. But we can come back with further information on the current methodologies that we use to establish the rates.
Good historic information. Thanks, Kathy. Councilor Bratton.
No, I just, first a question and then a comment, but, are all the plants, when they dump their waste, working on the same rate right now? Like, if the hauler's close to, Simcoe, he'd dump in Simcoe, I'm assuming, and if he's close to wherever his other, I mean, we used to have a problem where they would skip over the border into Holloman because they had a lot cheaper rate to dispose of their tanker. Has that been rectified or?
So there's really a big push in that industry to kind of keep your waste where it came from. So I know I'll mention there may be some cross-border stuff that we don't pick up on, but typically haulers will stay within the jurisdiction in which they collect. It really is up to them what is most feasible for them. If they're in certain areas of the county, they may go to Simcoe, they may go to one of the 3 dumping locations that they will pick which is most appropriate for them. And then the only other comment I will make without trying to stick my foot in the lines then here is the septic call or septic pumpage does not occur monthly like our other users are receiving for the wastewater bill. So I'm on a septic system myself and I pump out every 18 to 24 months. So that charge is not something that I'm occurring monthly, it's on an annual basis.
Just another comment. I'm going to switch over to the water usage. If you look at the on page 52, the commercial 12-inch, the pure cubic meter, and this goes back a few years here, but I'll just mention if you look at the combined rate for Norfolk at 2685 roughly, not to mention names, but we had quite a discussion with a major water user here a few years back, and they were not very happy with the rate. And if you look across the board, we are, I guess, based on this chart here, the highest. And, so it's something to keep in mind when we do look at these rates, because we certainly want to keep our commercial people happy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the great discussion, everyone. We are still on user fees in section 4. So, Councilor Van Passen?
It's February 2nd, I guess, but I will like to put forth a motion. If I'm on a holding tank, the average annual usage in this document says 144 cubic meters. So by the time you pay for your sewer rate, the volume plus the meters and that, it says in the report that the average residential bill for for waste for 144 cubic meters is $822. If that same person is on a holding tank, they would be charged $1,969.92 to have it delivered to the plant. They've got to pay the trucker, I think it's about $50 a pop, so probably another $1,000 to get it from there. So they're looking at close to $3,000 for the same service that somebody in the urban area is getting for $822. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's reasonable, and I don't think it's equitable. And I don't see any reason, like, they can juggle all the numbers they want and make it look like when you hire consultants, you hire them to give you the answer you want to hear, maybe. But I can't see why the holding tank rate of proposed for $13.68, which, by the way, is a larger increase. Write it down. It's like over 10% increase year over year. So not only are they being overcharged in the first place, they're getting it jacked up higher than what the other users are. I would propose that holding rate tank rate be reduced to half of the $13.68.
Looking for a seconder, and I'm also looking for staff comment on implications. Is there a seconder? Seeing none. Okay, never mind, staff. All right. Final call for questions or direction concerning section 4 proposed user fees. Otherwise, we're moving on to section 5, which is Councillor Vandenbroek.
Just to pursue this just a little bit further. My curiosity question is, of course, on page 52. If I look at holding tank waste per cubic meter, whatever it is, it's 13, whatever. Why is it not indicated across in these other municipalities what their rate is?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vandenbroek, the reason is you'll see the line underneath all of the other municipalities that have those rates. They charge a blended rate.
A blended rate.
Yeah.
I see what your point is. Okay, so they are still below the, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
So with the changes made today, where's the bottom line, for example, on the 15 millimeter water use?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, that's going to take us a little bit of time to calculate because what's been approved so far is not one of the scenarios that we were anticipating. So we'll be able to generate the net rate requirement for you today, and then would have to come back with actual rate impact before the next council. Okay, thanks.
Okay, section 5, appendix, last section. Serve summaries. Seeing no hands. Okay, so staff, you are going to, you'll have the net rate requirement, but you need to return to run it through. You need to go back to Watson's. Okay, so how should we? That's gonna give us a number for a motion that you want passed, and then you're going to return prior to council.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, we can provide, we'll need a few minutes just to make sure that our numbers are correct.
Sure.
And the recommendation in the report is purely just to approve the net rate requirement. And then the actual bylaw for the rates would be coming back to the next council meeting anyway. So we will have the update on those impacts at that time.
Out of curiosity, may I ask what the change was that you weren't prepared for in this scenario?
The second NBI being half, we were
Oh.
expecting NBIs to either be in or be out, so
Okay.
we were not.
Good for you. Okay, so then why don't, it's 12:29. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 12:30 sharp. This is the last, let's properly be back at 12:30. I don't know why I looked at you, Councillor Duffy, because you were here. You were 12:40. So let's do 12:40, 10 full minutes, and then we're going to pass the final motion and the bylaw and put a bow on today. Okay? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Up on your screens, we have the motion to wrap up today's discussion. Maybe I'll get Tracy to read it all out to us and pass the floor over to Councilor Beck. Okay, Tracy.
And the motion is that CS 23012 proposed 2023 rate supported operating budget and all attachments be received as information, and that the following new business initiatives as outlined in staff report CS 23012 be approved as follows. MBI 1 Project Manager Preventative Maintenance, MBI 2 Project Manager Vertical Infrastructure just 1 FTE, and that the 2023 rate supported operating budget with a net rate requirement of $26,654,200 be approved, and further that any surplus or deficit generated from water and wastewater operations as of December 31st, 2022 be contributed to or offset from the appropriate water or wastewater capital replacement reserve fund, and further that the 2023 water and wastewater rates as presented on January 11th, 2023 be approved and be applied to all consumption occurring on or after February 1st, 2023.
One suggestion, if I may, and if council agrees with me, that the following new business initiatives as amended in staff report CS 23012 be approved. Go ahead.
First question is, what is that change the percentage to? Can somebody tell me?
Through the mayor to Councilor Button, we don't have the exact value because we have to recalculate those, but based on just a quick high level look, I would expect it to be closer to 8.5 for the average residential. 8. Yes. We started at 8.9.
Mayor, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote. I'll pass that over to Tracy. Everyone understands motion.
Okay, so we'll go. I'll just go around the horseshoe. Councillor Van Andruschi. Councillor Duffy.
Sorry, recorded vote, so you got to turn my on. Yes. Yes or no?
Yes. Councillor Duffy.
In favor.
Councillor Columbus.
No.
Yes, Councilor Kelly. Sorry.
Oh, yes.
Excellent point. Moved by Councilor Brett, seconded by Councilor Hoffman.
Okay, we'll start over from the beginning.
Thanks, Councilor Kelly.
Councillor Van Andruschi.
Yes.
Councillor Duffy.
Yes.
There's no discussion on. Are we going to?
I mean, sure, we just discussed it all day, but
No, I meant just on the actual.
okay, take it away. Yep.
And I asked for a recorded vote for a reason. I still am not happy with, first of all, the rate, but, how we arrived at some of these positions and how we eliminate things. And, I know we're going to get into the operating. It's going to be the same issue, but, I'm sort of not happy with it. Get it on the floor.
Anyone else would like to enter debate on final motion for the rate budget? Councilor Thomas.
Well, I agree. I'm not totally happy. 8.5%. That's a lot. I think we did door-to-door campaigning, and I remember coming across a lot of crumbling steps, leaky roofs, and somebody even opened their fridge door and showed me an empty fridge. They had 4 kids in the bin. Our water rates are the highest in the province, I think, right now. And I think we got to do more work. It's going to be really tough on our residents.
Okay, so that being said, I fully support the debate, but I guess where's the suggestion to revisit it? This past new budget, and are you looking to reconsider discussions that we've had earlier today? I mean, I'm just trying to be practical here. I understand I'm not happy with an 8.5 either, but I raised my hand on each and every vote, or I showed my opposition when I could. So I'm not a firm believer in voting for the budget all the way along and then voting against it when it's the final recommendation so that we can lock it in. So I put the question back to Budget Committee. Where do you suggest, future work and investigation on how we can reduce it for the Councilor Van Dusen?
Madam Chair, through you, absolutely. We have gone through every item. We have debated it. We've come up with solutions. We've made changes and alterations. The number, absolutely horrendous. But at the end of the day, where are we going to go back and what do you want to do? I think if there's some changes you want, please put them on the floor.
I agree. And the 5.3%, although there are new council members here, this is part of a projected plan that the former term of council put forward to tell our ratepayers that we were going to have a sustainable, a bottom line expectation for their increases. So staff brought us the 5.3, the 8.5, those new budget initiatives that we voted on and debated today have added on top of that. So if we can get it back down to 5.3, that means no additional service level increases, none of those NBIs, but that's what we've been discussing all day today. Councilor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you, just my points in terms of debate is that, no, I'm not thrilled with it either. I'm not thrilled with it as a councillor representing Ward 7, a councillor representing Norfolk County, and as a taxpayer, as a ratepayer. But unfortunately, we picked through this budget. There was an expectation that we would have that 5.3%. We've just gone through 4 years. I can't say the word I want to say, but I am committed to not returning to a moratorium on development, water loss that we could have been harnessed over 4 years, that we could have done development, that we've lost, millions of dollars of water, et cetera, et cetera. So does it stink? Yeah. But you know what? I don't know where else to go with it. That we just keep moving forward and we continue to work on our interurban water supply project, and that we get funding, and then down the road that we can reduce our water rates because we won't have the crumbling infrastructure that we currently have.
Yeah, I agree fully with that. It's not the council's mandate to come in, and this isn't fun for us, but we just saw those pictures and those slides from Mr. Grice. We've just heard about the lack of investments in staff and resources. And so we're either the council that's going to get on board and address it and be held responsible for the information that staff brings to us at a cost, which is now 8.5%, or we're not. And so I just fundamentally can't get on board. I'm totally open to renegotiating what we've done. If we have to go and do reconsiderations and you want to change your position, that's fine. But I really think we need to be a united front on this. And I'm just totally against raising your hand in favor of these service level increases and work that needs to be done and then voting against the budget as a whole. So Councillor Van Dusen, Breton-Berry, Duffy.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, I just want to remind everybody, there are approximately 16,000 people that are affected by this rate increase. But at the end of the day, if we don't move forward, you can't get that number to increase to reduce your number. You need development. You need the water to move forward. Think about the future. You can't do this without spending money to make money to reduce the cost in the long term for these individuals. We need more people on the line, and we have to do what we can do to get them there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Breton, your second pickup debate.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Well, I'm not happy with the rate at all, the percentage. Again, I want to emphasize that I think we're charging the rural people 8% of this budget that have received no service whatsoever, in my opinion. And I think as a third point here that we're going to hear, I might be wrong, from some major commercial users that use our water system that may not be happy with that type of an increase. I may be wrong, but my whole point was to put it on the floor for discussion. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that you raised. You're probably not wrong. We are going to hear from them, but how do we address the infrastructure gap? We're here. We need to put these dollars away. We need to plan for the future, and that's what this budget does. So you're probably right. We will hear from the community, whether it's commercial, residential, or otherwise. But it's the decision to be the council that takes action or ignores what we saw earlier today. Councillor Barry?
It was one of the new, thank you, Mayor, and through you to, I guess, the rest of the council and to our, I guess, to our community at large. As one of the new people here, yeah, this is uncomfortable. It's not fun. I know I'm going to hear about it, but this is the job that I wanted to do. And as much as it is uncomfortable and unfortunate or however you want to cut it, I'd rather take the heat now than move backwards and not do the things that need to be done. So, I guess I want to put that out there that I am aware, very aware of being a new person is going to hear about it for the first time probably, and it's not going to be pleasant, but it's much better to do it now and get through the storm, I guess, and to continue to not do it. So I just wanted to throw that out there that I chose the heat and I'm going to take it.
Thanks, Councillor Barry. Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, many of the same comments. This does make me feel uncomfortable. I certainly don't like it. That's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. That said, the reason I'm supporting it, the key that unlocked this for me, was really specifically in the first NBI, where it can find us some savings, financially, but also allow us to propel growth forward in certain areas that we have been considerably lacking in. And I am very much a pro-growth person. In order for our community to move forward, we need more people. We need more taxpayers. We can't do the same thing year in, year out, same dollars. The math just doesn't work. So either we need to increase taxes, we need to cut services, or we need to grow our tax base. If this is one of the ways that in the hopefully short to medium term can help us to grow our tax base by development, I will support that.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. And to put it in perspective, we know inflation is running over 7. Construction costs are up 20%. So that just kind of keep the big picture in perspective as well. Councillor Clumps is on hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After listening to the debate and knowing what we've been through, plus evaluating the fact that there is a 7% inflation today, I will support this budget. So I'm not happy with it just as everybody else is looking at it.
And I commend you for that, Councillor Columbus, because one, I know it's not easy to change your mind, but two, your comments initially sparked good, healthy debate. So good on you for sharing your perspective, and it's appreciated. Anyone else before I call the question? We'll go back to a recorded vote. We'll start over for last time. Thank you, Councillor Tracy, whenever you're ready.
Councillor Vanderputsch?
Yes.
Councillor Duffy?
For the third time, yes.
Councillor Columbus?
First, yes.
Councillor Barry?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen?
No.
Councillor Michelle?
Yes.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Councillor Brunton?
No.
Mayor Martin?
Yes. And it's carried. Genuinely, thank you. That was some pretty cool teamwork. I'm really proud of that discussion. I think that was helpful. I really want to thank staff for all of their work on this. I know that it's beyond a lot of work, but we're not done yet. So we will finish it up for today. Are we passing up additional bylaw, or we're waiting? We're waiting. So we're just going to. What are we going to do? We've passed our motion, so I'm looking for Councillor Huffman, a motion to adjourn at 12:58 p.m., seconded by Councillor Barry. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.